Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair and Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, Happer. Good afternoon.
Hello.
How are we doing today?
How are you doing today?
Good. Very good. Very good.
Yeah, I was almost late here to get into my jail cell because of your interview. That it threw off my day.
That is awesome.
I had to watch because I saw Connor's tweet about you're not gonna believe what's coming up next. I said, well, you got me. And then when David Wells shows up out of the blue, it's like, what the hell?
And you knew, you know, I'm not the kind of guy who would just say that, right? So I like to,
incredible.
I couldn't believe what was happening, so I just had to say, hey, you should probably just watch right now. Because that's all I really got for you. I can't explain it to you. But then we did, thanks to Larry the Cable Guy for helping us out.
Yeah, that's great.
Wild.
But those are great stories. I'd forgotten that he pitched that perfect game hungover.
It does explain the jersey being so open and flappy.
Well, but that was kind of David Wells anyway. I mean, he never cared much about how he looked. And the Babe Ruth hat story was funny too.
The Babe Ruth hat story.
And that Joe Torre was triggered.
Joe Torre was mad about him because they kept showing Joe Torre during the game and he was just like emotionless, which he usually was.
Yeah, he
but
was
like David Caldwell.
He seemed extra emotionless.
Yeah,
baby.
I'm not going to get excited about a single pitch in this game.
Yeah. Because this guy reeks of alcohol.
He smells like booze.
The only thing now what needs to happen is we need to, because it was 98, right?
98, yeah.
And I think
May of 1998.
Because I did look it up. I'm guessing that was like the season finale show, perhaps.
I was just going to say,
SNL?
John, it's either the finale or the
was.
penultimate episode. A great word.
A person that I'd never heard of hosted it, and Semisonic did the musical guest.
When you said that, I was like, whoa, Semisonic. Nick, what do you know
a
about
person
Semisonic?
you'd never heard of before?
Closing time, right?
Closing time.
Oh, Nick.
Hello.
I don't think Nick will be opining too much on the Grum today.
Yeah,
Hi.
Nick is our David Wells today.
Nick, why didn't you take a day?
Because it's a really annoying part right before a break where there's still a few things to do.
Okay. I guess that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. There's just a few more things to do.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm looking up why Connor didn't know. You don't know who Buck Henry is?
Correct.
He was an older comedian. I think he was part of the show in its very early days.
He died in 2020, Happer. Almost 6 years ago.
Almost 6 years ago when COVID was.
Yep. January 8th, 2020.
So he was kind of a the John Goodman of his time, where he would come in and like host a show every year or something.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I've seen this guy before.
This is absolutely hilarious, unbelievable.
Sindelar says Nick is about to produce a perfect show.
I think so.
Is Nick hungover?
Oh no,
Nick, up unbutton. I guess you don't have any buttons. You need your shirt to flap a little bit.
Stib said this earlier. He said, excited for Jeff Foxworthy to call in and tell you guys that he knows Felix Hernandez and then have him call the show for an impromptu interview about a perfect game.
That sounds great.
So it got me thinking, this obviously happened to you. What would be the most appropriate similar circumstance to happen to the Grum? like let's say Josh switches it over to the History Channel and someone calls in and says, "Oh, I know Mr. H."
Designated Hitler.
Wow, at 1:57, we haven't even hit 2:00.
I didn't know we had that many.
Next thing you know, we get a long distance call from Brazil.
Little
Designated Hitler.
Hey, what's it been like down there?
Some guy calls in. He's like, "Hey, I'm a historian, and I just looked up you guys. Like, little do you guys know, you have quite the connection to that time." All of a sudden, on the other line, somebody pops up. Scary.
Hello. Oh, thank you, Gary.
Oh, well, I mean, I mean, we know someone who knows someone who is like, if we were rewatching the butt fumble game, we know someone who knows someone.
Well,
We do know that. Where is that?
but I
guy?
don't know if he's talking to anybody.
don't
right
think
now.
he has access to a phone.
Which, because of that affected me yesterday because I had to watch a game with Drew Brees on the call of my Dallas Cowboys. Him and Adam Amin.
Whoa.
I didn't like it very much. Plus the game sucked
Joe
too.
Milton played.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, you want to know who is upset about Joe Milton? So
Who?
my son's friend comes over and we watch, and he's got a 3-way parlay, and one of the
Parlay
things that needed to hit was Dak passing yards, and he was 5 yards
and
short.
then they pulled him.
and they pulled him. He was like, "Oh no, it's Joe Milton." It was like, "You've got to be kidding
That's
me."
pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
So sad.
D'Lo says Gutfeld calls John, and then Schilling calls in about the bloody
that's
sock.
really good.
That's good.
It would fit. Hey, I know Kurt Schilling.
Gutfeld.
Yep. I just love that Larry was listening to your show. Did you know that he listened to the Connor Happer show?
Occasionally, I think. Yes.
He listens to a lot of local.
Yes,
shows.
I think so. Yeah.
Interesting.
I didn't know that he was listening, obviously, at that moment.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't do my show every day
Well, you
thinking
do
that
now.
Larry's
You-
listening. But.
You know he was listening then.
Yeah, because then he called back and said he didn't know Matt Cain, who's currently throwing a perfect game on MLB Network.
Stib says Matt Rule texts Nick and says rule calling to tell you guys he knows Hal Dobb, and we'll have him call in. Friend of the Grum, Hal Dobb.
You know what?
Yeah, see, it's got to be someone new. Hal's already a friend of the Grum.
Somebody
Oh,
should
something
give
different.
Matt Rule my number. I think that would be funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
And then
right.
have him call you.
Or just give him my number, see what happens.
You just want Matt Rule to have your number
Yeah, why not?
to do nothing?
He's like, what's up with this Formula Friday on Wednesday? Are
Yeah.
you doing a Christmas Eve edition of Formula Friday?
No, we're on break right now.
Well, on break.
Oh, well, yeah, because the F1 break season is what, like 2.5 weeks?
Well, I mean, he's got like 4 kids. So he's going to be tied up on
Your
Christmas.
Just say-
goal is just 4 kids?
Well, what you did, you brought back the podcast, right? I would call it a little bit of a reset.
This is a good comment
It's not
from
a
Fight.
reset.
Rewatching the Miracle in Missouri game, and Brian Windhorst tells Scott Frost to call in.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be better if it was Shevin Wiggins calling in?
No.
I thought something bad happened with
We don't
Chevy.
talk about Shevin
Oh, that's right.
Wiggins.
We can't talk about it.
Yeah.
But I get.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of what would be the most
It would be like
appropriate thing
cereal.
for this show.
Adnan Syed. Shevin Wiggins.
I don't know where he is. I don't know.
Is he
But
alive?
we did this once on a crossover one day.
I know, it
and we
was
decided
really
that
bad.
it did not go well.
Oh, crap.
It-
Golly. No, that is Shevin, you monster. That story's from
Bad
1999, though, so I don't know what's going on with him now.
Mm.
A CBS News story. Yikes. Anyway, all right, let's get off of this. Happer, take us somewhere.
Remember when the Astros were in the National League?
Wow, I do.
I
actually.
do remember when the Astros were.
They were in the
I
World
still think
Series
they should
versus
be
the
in
White
National
Sox.
League.
I know.
When the White Sox won their first World Series.
Jay Happ, it was the starting pitcher for the Astros that day.
Don't call him J.A.
Jay Happ.
So what's this?
Jay.
This
is Matt Cain's
another perfect game?
Yes.
Wow.
I don't know.
So is this like perfect game day? What's
well,
the deal?
let's see what's on next.
I bet it's another perfect game.
It is Felix Hernandez's perfect
Holy
game.
crap, Stips.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can make this happen.
And then it is David
David
Cohn's
Cohn.
perfect game.
Oh my
Why didn't they just
goodness.
air that one after the David Wells
Great
one?
question. Then
Whoa.
Don Larson's perfect game.
That's
wow.
awesome. People forget the next
Now,
that
if we
was in the
could
World
get
Series.
Milton Berle to call in and get Don Larson on the show.
Maybe during after hours tonight.
And then it's
That would be
Randy
amazing.
Johnson's perfect game.
Let's go. Randy Johnson.
What a guy. And then
Maybe we
Dallas
could-
Braden.
Wow, it's just going forever.
Maybe we can get Sam Kinison to call in and get the bird on. Talk about it. Randy
Oh,
Johnson's
good
perfect
one.
game.
R.I.P.
Oh, Phil Humber's perfect game's on at 2 a.m., John.
Phil Umbers. Oh my
I
God.
don't remember that one. at
Phil
all.
Humber was the most random guy to throw a perfect game of all time.
Very
Oh,
random.
that's a great topic.
Chicago White Sox 2012.
That's a fun stat.
Yeah.
yes.
Hey, John, when the White Sox won the World Series, how triggered were you?
I was mildly triggered.
Mildly.
I mean, not like mega
2000.
triggered.
Not
but
Cardinals
It,
level triggered.
it was approaching that because it was like, geez. And
Oh,
of course, in
geez.
typical White Sox fashion, no one gave a flip because, the only White Sox fans were watching behind prison bars. So,
Wow.
yeah, it was frustrating because it kind of came out of nowhere. They were a good team, but they didn't look like they were a World Series team. And then all of a sudden they go in and they freaking sweep the Astros. Like, what the hell?
You know, a memory I have about that moment in time, and this is going to make
The
John.
Pope?
No, good call. John's going to shake his head and say typical. Mike Wilbon, on Pardon the Interruption, wore a White Sox jersey, even though he's a Cubs fan, because they're like, the city of Chicago. Let's
What
go.
a doofus.
I knew it.
I mean, seriously.
Indeed. So
are you
weak.
kidding me?
Yeah, it's so whack.
I mean, listen, I'll tip my cap to Obama. You know, when he invited, because remember, the
Thanks,
Cubs famously
Obama.
the last team to visit the White House when he was president, right? But he never, he said, I'm a White Sox guy, but I invite you here. But at least he wasn't wearing Cubs gear or something. He was true to his team.
That's true.
I mean, come on.
Wow.
Pretty weak.
There have been a president and a pope that are White Sox fans and not Cubs fans.
Has there never been a
Well,
president
again,
that's
because
a
the
Cubs
White
fan?
Sox need all the damn help they can
Oh,
get.
John, has there ever been a Cubs fan president?
Because you figure Biden probably Red Sox. I don't think Trump cares about baseball. He never talks about it.
Yankees guy, probably.
Yeah, he's a New Yorker.
Biden's a Brooklyn Dodgers fan because he
Yeah.
still thinks that Brooklyn.
He might be a New York Giants fan.
Let's see.
Yeah.
George, of course, Rangers.
Rangers.
He owns the Rangers. Clinton.
Arkansas? I mean, what would Arkansas have?
Yeah, what? They're probably Braves
I'll
fans.
I'll tell you. No, I wouldn't surprise. I mean, Clinton, because
I mean,
remember, Hillary is a Cubs fan.
So you think he just did that to glom on with his wife?
I didn't know.
And
Hillary
it
was
could.
a
I mean,
Cubs
it
fan.
kind of sounds like something he might do.
Where did he go to school? Yale? Who are
Clinton?
fans of who are fans or Yale-ites? They're probably Boston
Probably
fans.
Red Sox. Yeah.
And then before that, you have HW. He was a Rangers fan, I would assume.
Well, I mean, maybe Ronald Reagan because Reagan.
the actor.
Each president's
Reagan
known
broadcast for the
favorite
Cubs.
MLB team.
Perfect.
All right, here we go.
We have a Reddit.
Oh, that's obvious with Biden now that I see it. He's a Phillies fan.
Where is
He's
he?
the upper left, right?
Okay, yeah.
I
Okay.
mean, again, all those East Coasters. You got a lot of teams. to
It
choose
says Clinton is a Yankee fan.
from. Boo.
Playing for the Yankees, the
Boo.
pinstripes, the pinstripes.
why
It
they
says
win all those
Trump's a
games.
Yankee fan. HW was an Astros fan, which
Oh.
we remember him with the baseball. Yeah, with the baseball.
What is this?
Perfect, John. It says that Reagan was a Cubs fan.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So there you go. So there has
figures.
been a Cub
Best
fan
president, best team. Great,
Ooh,
awesome.
Nice. Hmm.
Well,
What about
remember he
JFK?
broadcast for the Cubs. JFK. Well, he's from Boston. He's from Massachusetts, so he's probably a Red Sox.
JFK's a Red Sox.
JFK never saw the Red Sox win a World Series
Mm-mm.
because that thing happened to him.
Or,
He missed 04.
That thing.
Heck, he
happened
missed
to him.
86.
what? Wait a minute.
Listen, JFK.
Yes, Lee Harvey. Hello.
Hey, what was worse for JFK?
I know
you
they haven't
think?
won the World
The
Series.
Thing or Buckner?
It's the thing or Buckner.
What would have been worse?
Now the problem is I could keep going on this graphic, but I don't know who the people are. And
we
then,
need Mike Schaefer in because Schaefer knows his presidents.
does he know the presidents?
John, how's your presidential history? You feel like
If-
you're
if
It's
okay?
not bad.
If you
It's
can
not
look
bad.
at the
What about-
presidents, so who was before Jimmy Carter?
That would have been
You don't recognize Nebraska's own Gerald Ford?
Gerald Ford.
Gerald Ford.
died today.
He has a
Ford.
question mark by him.
Oh.
He was a big fan of the question marks.
Great team.
I love that.
Well,
team.
it might have been Detroit because he was after he left Nebraska was from Michigan.
Nixon was a Giants fan.
Well, look at the Senators fans back in the
A
day.
lot of Senators fans.
homers.
And then this guy was a Cleveland Indians fan.
Oh, racist.
Yeah.
Who was it?
I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Was it
Is that
Eisenhower?
Hoover? Is it Hoover?
Who is that man?
I don't know that man either.
That is an old man.
What
Let's
year?
see.
What year was he active?
I can't tell.
3 presidents before FDR.
Oh,
Who's 3
before
presidents
FDR.
before FDR?
Yeah. Who's
Is that Wilson?
2 presidents after the mustache fat guy?
The mustache fat. You mean the mustache fat guy?
Taft?
You're talking about Roosevelt?
No.
Teddy Roosevelt?
Okay, John, who was
Taft.
president after Woodrow Wilson? So it's the 29th president.
That was Hoover, right?
Was that Hoover?
I think
No,
that was
Harding, according to
Oh, Warren Harding. Oh, yeah,
Warren
Harding was from
Harding.
Ohio.
Warren Harding.
it-
Warren Harding is the man
Harding
from
is from
Ohio.
Ohio.
He
He
would
was
love
from
the
Ohio.
Guardians.
John, speaking of man from Ohio, have you started watching Death by Lightning yet?
That'll be my Christmas break.
All right.
That'll be my Christmas break.
Warren G. Harding, J-Man says. Nice job.
What-
What about Truman? What was Truman's team? He's a Missouri guy. Was he a Cardinal fan?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is this a question mark?
Though he's from the west side of the state, but the Royals weren't around.
He was
back then.
after FDR, right, John?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's KC.
Yeah.
That's the
the Athletics.
no. Yeah, is that the KC Athletics logo?
Oh, it'd be the KCAC. Oh, sorry, I got the logos mixed up. Sorry, I thought it was
No, yeah.
attached to him. Yeah, it'd be the KC Athletics.
Cool.
Indeed.
What a fun history lesson.
Go
I like that we have
Royals.
this information.
Fight says thoughts and prayers to the social studies teachers on break watching this. Look, you know,
Yeah.
I've talked about this before. How
You have to know what the presidents look like.
I wish young me was as appreciative of history as current me. You know, my mom always used to say that though. Like, you should enjoy this. And now I love reading about history.
That's true. That's a good point. This is a good lesson for the kids. Kids, if you're out there, listen in your history class.
But
you
they
might
won't.
actually need it on the radio
I'm just
one
going to
day.
scroll on TikTok, and there won't even be radio when they're our age.
That's true. They might need it on a podcast one day.
Hopefully
maybe.
podcasts are still around.
Where would podcasts go?
I don't
Josh?
know. Things move so fast today, Happer.
You think podcasts are a fad and they're leaving?
They might be a fad. You never know.
Well, I mean, they're definitely very popular.
Well, there's
right
always
now.
They
gonna
are
be something
usually
audio.
popular.
I mean, what else can you do, right? I mean, so let's just say, what's the next step beyond podcasts? Like injecting the story in your head, or injecting
Yes.
the show
Well,
in
if we
your
knew
head?
if we knew the answer to
sounds
that, we'd
awful.
be rich. I mean, we should figure it out.
Let's game this. Yeah, let's figure this out.
What is
So,
the next step?
That sounds awful. That'd be like, imagine if we're doing movie club and instead of just watching the movie,
You have
someone just injects the movie.
I
and
wanna
then we
watch
just
it.
know. Yeah.
I actually think audio is a superior form that's going to stick around more than video, because with Netflix shows and stuff now, have you ever noticed that the writing is bad now because they need to explain everything they're doing so you can scroll TikTok while you have it on in the background?
Yeah.
Oh, I
so
didn't
you
know
don't
that
miss
was
anything?
why.
I don't watch
Yeah.
bad shows, so I
Yeah.
must not see
They've
that.
essentially just turned TV into radio.
I've noticed that people are really starting to get mad at Pluribus, but what they don't realize is that all of the actual meat of the show is happening like underneath the dialogue.
It kind of tells on themselves a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't want to say you're dumb if you don't like it, but it's tough.
Just stop scrolling.
Yeah, seriously, that's a great show to pay attention
Just
to.
watch TV.
I was talking about it with somebody recently, how like, yeah, so we'll watch a show, my wife and I, and suddenly we're both scrolling on our phones, and I'm like, we don't have like a stated rule, but when
You
we
gotta
watch
lock
shows
in.
together, we lock in.
Yeah.
And so if I see her grab out her phone or something, like I pause it. I'm
So
like,
maybe we
I
need to
wanna-
flip it. Our next medium is the exact opposite. Like you have to be. It's a fully immersive experience.
Well, yeah. That'll be
Oh.
the
You wear
VR.
something on your head.
Yeah, it'll be virtual reality.
VR goggles.
Interesting.
all right,
Remember-
that's already been invented.
People tried to make those such a huge thing a few years ago. You think those are the next frontier?
I think there's still some stuff to look into as far as AR goes.
Yeah.
It
Everybody
already
was
feels
getting-
like VR has gone the way of digital audio tape.
Or
It's
like
just it was
3D
here and it's
movies.
gone.
Yeah, everybody
Remember
was
3D
getting
movies?
them for Christmas.
I remember
like 2
the
years
3D
ago.
TVs.
I remember there was a Christmas that somebody had VR headset and everybody put them on over the course of that day. Like, wow, look at this. Because sometimes people theorize about sports. You can watch sports in VR and it'll be like you're there.
Mhm.
I mean, that does sound kind of cool, but also sitting at your home in goggles, you're like a huge dork.
I don't think that matters because you're by yourself.
Unless you're sitting next to your missus.
I think something that really killed the VR thing is there was all those not quite VR headsets that came out that you could just slot your phone into. Then it's like, oh, it's like VR.
Mm.
There was definitely a lot
not
of.
true.
It was definitely very saturated very quickly.
Yeah. It was
Wouldn't VR
saturated by
though-
not real VR.
VR would seem to ruin the communal experience, right?
Mm.
Like if you're watching a game with people you enjoy watching a game with and conversing, and you're all in VR, I mean, doesn't that kind of take you out of the ability to
Couldn't have your friends over.
to disengage and talk with people? And then, I mean, I suppose there's a way everyone can be in the same VR universe, but that's like some next level crap that probably messes with your brain.
Yeah.
That's probably the idea, though.
It
I
doesn't
think
seem
they
that
want to make it
far-fetched.
more separated, more your own experience. Almost, you could sit next to a person who's watching the same thing, but feel and experience
Yeah.
different things.
It's like
Wow.
you're sitting next to a dude who's in Taiwan watching the game.
You seen? Have you
Wow.
seen Silent Discos?
Almost weeb. Yes, that's strange to me.
Very strange.
John, do you know about silent discos?
No.
So people go to it, if I understand it right, they go to these clubs and they wear headphones.
Uh-huh. And they play, and it's silent, and they put really loud music in their ears, and they dance however they want next to people.
You can dance if you want to.
And so are they listening to
So you're
different
literally
songs?
dancing to different songs.
They're listening to whatever they want.
Wow, that's wild.
I
Leave your
think,
fears behind.
Do we have one of those in Omaha?
unless they're listening to the same song. if that's the case, then why not take off your headset and just put it up loud?
Again, that's
You
the
have friends, and if
that's
they
the whole
don't
point
dance.
of the communal experience is everyone is dancing to or reacting
can
to
dance
the
if you
same
want to.
event.
They're no friends of mine.
But if you're all reacting to different events,
Well, you could argue that the
not a
communal experience is the experience of
so
not
then
having a communal
I
experience.
just don't get the point of
That's
having
stupid.
a silent disco. Then.
So
That's
there's
not
a
communal,
company-
That's not a communal experience.
There's a company that apparently does silent disco parties in Omaha, and it says you can book your college party, church event, or silent disco.
Sounds like a good church event.
Yeah. Great
What if
church
we
event.
had a silent zone listening party?
1620, the silent
Everyone's
disco.
just listening to a different
Uh-huh.
segment of a different zone show.
That sounds amazing.
Apparently, they listen to the same songs. That's what the chat is saying.
Okay.
Well, that's communal then.
Interesting.
I like Keena's idea. You can't roll into a silent disco listening to Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. How awesome would that be if everyone else is like doing whatever high tempo, multi, just great dance club song, and then this one lone dude is
And
like
I'm just crying in the
And
corner.
wreck of
just-
the
just-
Evans
just-
Fitzgerald.
just waving back and forth.
So, John, I just got a text from one of our coworkers, Chris, who also wanted me to tell you that you lied to him. Apparently, Chris was like, "Hey, are you going to be in Oma?"
Yeah, you were supposed to give that to me, John.
Yeah.
I told you that
Yeah,
on
he-
Saturday.
Yeah,
you-
he told Chris, he's like,
Why
"Yep,
did
I'll
you
be there
ask
on
me
Monday
that
and
for?
Tuesday." And so Chris came over, and he was like, "We're the hell is your co-host?" And I said, "He's at the arena right now." He said he was going to be at the station.
Well, the Monday game kind of messes with everyone's schedule. In
Anyway.
the moment, I didn't think that was.
He said silent disco has 3 channels of different music usually and is color coded. So red is for 80s, blue is for country, green is for top 40. Headphones light up so you know if people around you are listening to the same as you.
Oh,
That's pretty nifty. So you can
it's
meet
almost
your
like a
Connor
dating
Happer
thing.
listeners.
Yeah.
Remember,
you like the
But
Connor
again,
Happer
why
show
would
too?
Your headphones are green. Hold my hand.
you know what this sounds like to me? Remember that article you sent me about the Goon Squad?
Yeah, I
They had
do.
different colored wristbands.
Uh-huh. John, what do you know about the Goon Squad?
I don't know anything about the Goon Squad, but
Should
why,
ask your
why,
children.
Why would you? I just don't understand. Why do you need the headphones? If you want to dance to the same music, then
So you can hear it more clearly, John. That's all it is.
Are
have you ever been
is
to a
that true?
nightclub? The music's pretty damn loud. It's hard not to hear it.
Yeah, Nick, that can't be it.
I think it's about hearing it more clearly. Not that you can't hear it, but just more.
It's probably
Yeah, but-
just like a noise pollution thing. Like a public space where you can.
Again,
I
the
mean, if you listen
nightclub
to-
is already a loud place. You can't.
I think you
hear
guys are
anything
overthinking it.
but-
I think it's so you can go dance and listen to specific type of music with people that want to listen to, different types of
I mean,
music.
if you listen to a song with headphones,
That's why if you want to go to a top 40 club, you go to a top 40
Hmm.
club. If you want to go to a country club, you go to a country club.
John is advocating for more silent discos, but more specific silent.
Oh, interesting.
discos.
No, I'm just saying, why get the headphones? Just go to the nightclub where they play the music.
Okay. Yeah. Right. All right.
By the way, Dila says, John, the next step in broadcasting the show on YouTube. Oh, no crap. Now I got to scroll out. Is broadcasting the show on YouTube and listeners can interact. Josh has known about this feature for years.
Yeah. Josh's the head of the game.
I do like interacting with our great, handsome, glorious listeners.
Unless they call.
No, I like
Unless they
talking-
call, then you hate them.
Well, if they have
You
bad
would have never
opinions.
taken a call from David Wells today.
That's not true. I would love to talk to David Wells. David,
You would have kept David Wells on the hold for 30 minutes. at
that's
least.
not true. That's not true.
You would have been like, who's David Wells?
That's also not true. That's
He was
my
almost on the 2001
bingo. I
Yankees.
know a lot about. I remember. I was thinking of it because I heard you say my name on the show today. Thank you, Happer. I remember that Sunday. My parents were taking a nap, and then we watched the end of the perfect game on television.
There you
We
go.
lived at 2868 Ida Street.
Wow, way to just dox somebody who lives there now.
There's
It's a
addresses,
house.
Nick. Yes, it's
Yeah.
a house.
Yeah.
I don't know who lives there
people-
now.
Now people know somebody who lives there.
They want to see my childhood home. It was a different color back then. It was blue.
Would you ever knock on the door of an old house? And be
No,
like, hey,
those people are freaks.
yeah.
Hey, can I see my childhood bedroom? No, go home.
I went to my childhood house and I realized, I actually saw my childhood house on YouTube once because
It's got to be a trip.
this is maybe I've told this story, maybe I haven't. So
Is it a
you
Google
remember
thing?
you remember former Husker Ricky Henry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ended up living there after I lived there, and we had a pool in the backyard, but they didn't really take care of it very well.
Uh-huh.
And he blew it up.
What?
And I watched it on YouTube, and it was kind of. And then I talked to Ricky Henry. I met Ricky Henry later on. I was like, I saw that video on YouTube blowing up my childhood pool, and I got kind of sad. And he was like, don't worry about it. And then we laughed and we had some beers and stuff like that.
Look
It was
at
great.
that.
It was a very weird situation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Were you a little upset that he was so dismissive about you?
A little.
Yeah.
I was a little concerned. I didn't like that he blew up the pool that way, because I didn't want to have to tell my dad that the pool got blown up.
Mm.
He worked.
And
really
where was
hard
this at?
the
In
pool.
Omaha?
Yeah.
In Omaha?
Yeah.
Wow. That's incredible.
Must be nice to just be able to blow up pools.
Yeah,
Just
Aaron-
one M80, just bang.
Aaron Papillion says, aren't you on Google Maps too, Happer? That's what I thought something happened with you and Google Maps.
I was on Google Maps at Mount Chautauqua in Boulder.
That's what it
Yeah,
was.
yeah, we did it on the. We did it.
I
on the
remember
crossover.
that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where I thought the story was going to go. That was a new story, another new story.
Different story.
Wow. And so that was on YouTube. The video of them blowing it up was on YouTube.
I remember seeing it on. There was a video.
Or was it a news item? Former Husker blows up pool.
I don't know why I saw it. I don't know how I could have
What
seen it.
was your algorithm
What was
feeding
my-
you that day?
Probably watching. I mean, there probably wasn't a lot of videos on YouTube in like 2008.
Wait,
or
did you say
something
that
like
was he did it with an M80?
It was
He's stuck with firework on the side. Is an above ground pool. right?
Okay.
He stuck a firework in the side of it, and all the water came rushing out after he blew a hole in it.
wow.
Yeah, it blew up the pool.
What a time.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. Blow it up.
Mm-hmm. Stibbs reminds us Mount Happer also on Google Maps.
That's true.
Was that last year
Yeah.
that happened?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did McMaster do that or Joey?
Joey.
Joey did that. Okay.
Joey put that on there. Yep.
Wow. Incredible.
Mm.
What an odd time that we live in.
I'm surprised that Google doesn't allow more vetting before people just put things on there.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. It's the internet.
It is the internet, but you'd think Google would be a little more buttoned down, like more strict than Wikipedia when it comes to adding stuff to their database.
I don't know. Mount Happer, it doesn't look like it's on there anymore.
Oh no.
Looks like they deleted it.
Really?
I searched it by spelling Mount,
I think
And
it's
then I-
MT.
and then I searched MT Happer, and yeah, it's not
Yeah,
there.
it used to show up if you just went to NRG.
If you search MT Happer,
Whoa.
H Harper Park, yikes,
Ooh.
pops up, which is very close to us, I think.
Wow.
Oh, wait, no, it's not. That's over by Harrison.
Well,
Street.
Joey's got to redo his subscription or something. I don't know. He's the one who did it.
He's on vacation now, right?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
My God, did either of you listen? Were you listening when they came back from break on Saturday night?
They were doing a bit about like Matt was trying to say things about the Bears, and then
He was
saying
describing the Creighton game and how they were down 7-0 at one point in time, but he was talking about the Bears the whole time. And man, you could tell Joey was so triggered. He kept trying to like joke with him, and
Oof.
yeah, he was.
Well,
a
here's what I want to know.
little
So,
upset.
so Happer and I were walking out together. We had stopped to go talk to Rob Anderson, and at that point,
Oh, SID.
overtime had started,
Okay,
and the Packers turned the ball over. Right.
they turned it over on downs.
Right, turn it over on downs. And as we're walking off the floor, then Rob shouted out, "Oh, Packers got the ball back."
They never got the. Oh, there was like there was a play where the Bears guy fumbled, but he had been down for like 4 or 5 seconds.
Okay, well, anyway, so we left the floor, and I was under the impression, okay, I'm going to get to my car, and the Packers are going to have the ball. Imagine my surprise when I get in the car, turn my radio on, and they're already. I had the
Celebrating?
I had the Westwood One broadcast on, and they were interviewing one of the Bears about how great this win was.
The Bears have won.
And the score was showing up on the radio screen, and it said Bears 22, Packers 16, whatever. And I'm like, what the hell happened? I thought I was going to get back in the car in time to hear this. The Packers have the ball, and then that's like, what happened?
Yeah,
Completely
insane
lost.
end to that football game.
Stupid.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
we
down.
saw the fourth down. We saw the end of the regulation.
Both those teams stink.
I think the Bears could go to the Super Bowl. I said this.
They
and-
probably could, just because it's so
Wide open.
It's so wide open everywhere.
Schaefer
you could,
yelled at me when I said this.
You
last
could
week.
really convince me of any combination at this point.
Not the Bucks or Panthers or Packers. Those are the three in the NFC that I would say no chance in hell. And I guess the Lions because they're technically alive, but none of those. Teams.
I won't rule out the Packers yet.
They just don't. I mean, I just don't think they have.
I
good
mean,
enough
they should have
players.
won. They should have won on Saturday.
But if you
They
think
were-
the Bears are a joke, then it's like, congrats, you almost beat a team that you think is a joke.
Right.
Yeah, but I also think the Bears could be in the Super Bowl. So
We're in lockstep on that one.
Mm-hmm. That's new, John. Like last week when I said that, you laughed at me. You've changed your.
I
tune.
laugh at you. I laugh at you all the time, though. I mean, I may have been laughing at you about something else. I think the Bears could be in the Super Bowl. I'm not saying they will be.
I would
but-
not have them with the best odds. I would still probably go. I go Rams.
What about the AFC team? Who plays the Bears in the Super Bowl?
The Jaguars.
My God.
The Jacksonville.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, I was trying to think of like least appetizing Super Bowl possibilities.
Oh, we got a lot of them.
and we got some good ones.
Like in terms
And
of
by good ones, I mean
realistic
bad ones.
possibilities.
Just possibilities, period.
Okay.
I mean, the Bills are a draw, so they're out. The Patriots are probably a draw. They're out. Like, we're talking about teams that
See, I don't know if
people
the
would wanna
Patriots
see.
are a draw.
Mm.
Not this iteration. They got no stars, right? There's no Tom Brady. There's no Bill Belichick.
They got
there's
Stephon Diggs in his pink powder.
Is Denver a draw?
No. Not this
Not
version
really.
of them.
Are the Chargers a draw?
No, I think that they play kind of an ugly brand of football. They just keep winning games.
The only draw they have is Harbaugh.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes them
It's
sort
an
of
odd draw,
interesting.
though, right?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, watch the Super Bowl with the coach, Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, he's weird.
Yeah, I want to watch the players.
Justin Herbert, people like
Justin Herbert, yeah, I mean, he's a lightning rod, certainly.
Yeah.
Though people don't really talk about him as much as they used to.
He's got a
Lightning
real
rod,
messed up hand.
Chargers.
He keeps
Nice.
having a messed up hand. His hand.
Dude, yesterday he got tackled and he was bleeding on his arm.
His hand is so
What is
messed
going
up.
on
You
with
want
this
him to
man?
bleed.
What is going on with this man?
I don't know. Denver. I don't know. Houston. That's not anything.
Houston would be an unappealing
Yeah.
choice.
The Bills are really our only hope in the AFC. If you want like a truly appealing
If you want a
team.
star Super Bowl.
and
Yes,
and
they
even
got it.
then,
Disgusting.
I mean, it's appealing only because you recognize the name, but then if you watch them actually play, it's like,
You know what
they're
they
really
are?
not that good. I mean, but it's Josh Allen,
It's
like
Jo-
quarterback star power.
It's like the bands from the 50s where it's like it's Connor Happer and his 4 friends that we won't name them. That's the Bills this year. It's Josh Allen and the Bills.
Nice,
Like
good one.
truly it's Josh Allen.
yeah,
and
it
the Bills.
is.
Tommy James and the Shondells.
It's those types of things exactly.
Who are the Shondells?
Yeah. Meanwhile, the
Haley and the
NFC, like
Comets.
there are a lot of like interesting teams that could come out.
Frankie Valley and the Four Seasons.
How would we feel about the Seahawks? John aside, how would we feel about the Seahawks making the Super Bowl?
How would we feel
Like,
about
would
it?
America be like, sweet
I
Seattle?
would-
No. I could see it.
Who would America only be excited about the Rams in terms of like star power?
Yeah, the only way this works is if it's Rams Bills.
Wow, that's a bummer.
Well, see,
Because the Packers don't have Michael Parsons anymore.
Yeah, the Packers would be a draw if
If
healthy.
the Packers were healthy,
If
they would
healthy,
be they
yes.
would maybe actually you could make an argument they'd be number 1.
Oh, here's the
Packers
bench.
Bills for the Super Bowl.
Watch this. Ugh, save the perfect game.
Nice play.
Melky Cabrera.
Good job by you.
the Bears would have an appeal. The Bears would the Bears
40 years
the Bear-
later,
No. Yeah, 40 years later.
40 years since 85.
The Bears would be the team that people jump on the bandwagon quickest.
Caleb Williams.
This would be like a
If they started a playoff run, they would probably be the quickest bandwagon team because it is Chicago. The Bears are very familiar, and
Oh yeah.
the way Caleb Williams plays is, Caleb Williams has a lot of
Star power.
a lot of boom or bust in him,
That's true.
and very
He was
exciting player to
ripping some
watch.
footballs on Saturday.
So
his
so
arm strength, man.
the Bears would be a pretty good appeal. Not they don't look like it right now today, but I guarantee if they won a playoff game, you'd have a lot of people like, oh, the Bears, I'm in on the Bears. Yeah, go Bears. That I could see that.
Remember when it was the Bears Colts, but like just take the Bears Colts game Super Bowl without Peyton Manning.
Oh yeah, that's a good call.
Just take Peyton Manning out of it.
Oh
and then-
God.
that game
Reggie
would've-
Wayne.
That game would have
That'd
had
be
no
awful.
juice whatsoever. you
yeah,
know?
the juice was.
and it really
Manning.
didn't really have any
That
juice
Super Bowl
anyway.
sucked.
Yeah,
It
the Super Bowl
rained
sucked.
during it.
Yes.
Bad Super Bowl.
The only good thing that happened was Hester took back the kick, right?
Opening of the
Yes.
whole game.
Yes.
Hester took back the kick and Prince's halftime show.
That's
That's it.
right.
That was
it
Prince's
Prince's
halftime show.
That was
Good call.
Prince's halftime show.
Good job by you.
Yeah. So that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there wasn't a whole lot, appealing about that. Yeah, it is kind of weird. There's not a lot of, when you don't have a Mahomes, when you don't have a Brady. By the way, I saw the graphic, and I think this was from last week. This is the first playoffs in almost 30 years with no Brady, no Manning, no Mahomes.
Yeah.
First playoff in 30 years where none of those three guys are a part of it.
Shucks.
Might happen 2 years in a row.
This is the worst.
Are you
That's
sad,
true.
Nick?
I'm so sad.
Jeez.
I was thinking.
Nick's happy about Patrick Mahomes tearing his ACL.
Yikes. You nailed the Lions bad vibes team, but man, I mean, we should have awarded.
It was a late cash. It was I was
Very late cash.
I was getting a little concerned.
Vibes been bad all year though, for the most part.
They
the
were
Chiefs
good.
though is another.
Who'd they beat early? Where I was like, oh, forget about that.
Chiefs.
Well, they crushed the Packers.
Who did?
Detroit.
Oh, wait, no.
No, Detroit lost to the Packers.
They
but-
beat. I guess they beat.
Chiefs beat the Lions.
Chiefs beat the
Wait,
Lions.
who are you asking about?
I'm
The
asking
Lions?
about Detroit. Who'd they beat?
They
early
beat
in
the
season?
Bears. They beat the brakes off of Chicago back in like week 2 or 3.
I don't think I would have cared about that.
They did have a nice little stretch.
They beat somebody good, and I thought, all right, that's over. They're good.
Well, gosh, they seemed like a playoff team most of the year, honestly. It's
Yeah.
only recently where it's like, oh, never mind. Pulling up their schedule. They beat
Buffalo.
They beat the Bucks. Wow, dude, the Lions wins are all kind of crappy. Oh, they beat the Ravens. They beat the Ravens on that Monday night game. Back before the Ravens, where we realized the Ravens
Yeah.
were the bad vibes.
That's right.
That didn't age very well, I guess.
No.
But that's what kind of when I thought, all right, I got to give this up a little bit. But yeah, bad vibes team.
But they lost to the Vikings. Lost to the Eagles.
I got some more NFL predictions that are probably going to hit as well. Season longers.
Good job by you.
I know ball, I think.
We know ball together.
Although I did have Denver to miss the playoffs. That's not happening, obviously.
My brother Luke texts, no desire for the Eagles making the Super Bowl.
Oh, God. Yeah, we haven't even talked about them. That would
No, we
suck.
don't want that.
No.
For a variety of reasons.
Nobody would want that.
No thanks.
I don't think we have to worry about that.
No, we don't.
I hope not.
I mean, it is wide open.
It is. That's
the
true. I guess
market.
we shouldn't assume.
If you admit to yourself that Sam Darnold could make the Super Bowl, then you would have to
Then
think
why
the
not
Eagles
Jalen
could
Hurts
make
too?
the Super Bowl. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Oh man.
It's tough. Looking at a bad Super Bowl. Maybe we should change the entire playoff format. What a great idea. So we can prevent ourselves from never having a bad Super Bowl like this again. We should change the entire sport.
Happer, I loved your rant earlier. All of these babies in college football media whining and
Oh
whining and
my
whining.
God. The games are so bad.
Oh, geez.
Why do we do this to ourselves?
Unbelievable.
Just cancel the Super Bowl. Make it a different thing where you just put the best 2 quarterbacks in the game at the end. That is a thing that people would love to watch.
A quarterback contest.
Yeah. And it's just at random. You know? Who would it be if it was the quarterback game?
This year?
Yeah.
Be Josh Allen versus Matthew Stafford.
Perfect. That's
Which
what
we
everyone
honestly-
wants to see.
We might get that Super Bowl.
That's what everyone wants to see.
Mm-hmm. Matt Stafford and Josh
If we
Allen.
did it college football's way, that's exactly what we would get.
The helmets. The Bills and the Rams
So
helmets.
it's almost as if the people in the college football media are pining for I don't know the old BCS where you literally matched up the 2 so-called best teams and there was no playoff.
Guess what? You'll probably get that in a few weeks.
And
All
you
you gotta
got
do
a
is
ton of
wait a
gr-
little bit
Yeah,
longer.
I know. It's
You
amazing.
got a ton of brands.
You know what? On paper, this year's quarter seemed way better than last year's. Now, part of that is that I know what happened in last year's quarterfinals, but I think Texas Tech Oregon could be a really great game.
Indiana, Alabama.
You know what? Maybe not, because I think Alabama could get rocked. I think Georgia could rock. All right, never mind. We have one really good game though. I
We
think
do.
Oregon
I got
Tech
Texas
is good.
Tech and
I think that
Oregon is
game's
good.
going to be awesome.
Yeah.
I think that game could really be fun.
I think they might both be tired. They have to go so dang far. I didn't realize that was the Orange Bowl.
Oh.
Which the
So congrats, Oregon. Congrats
Body.
for getting one of those buys. You get to fly literally from the top left of the country to the bottom right of the country.
and I believe, John, that is a early game body clockwise for that's a 11 a.m. game. So it's a 9 a.m. Pacific time game for the Ducks.
my
The Orange
God.
Bowl's at 11?
Uh-huh.
That's sick and disgusting.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
twisted.
All these people pining about the Rose Bowl, the Rose Bowl. The Orange Bowl had better championship games than the Rose Bowl ever did.
The Sugar Bowl is the one that nobody cares about. And why the Sugar Bowl got this
Whoa.
great Saturday night affair or New
The
Year's
greatest
Eve.
sporting spectacle.
Not America's greatest sporting spectacle.
I hate the Sugar
That
Bowl.
reminds me, I got to pull out my Sugar Bowl pole.
Uh-huh.
It's down in the basement somewhere,
Gotta get it, John.
so we can all dance around the Sugar Bowl pole. Of course, this year it's a new.
You can dance if you want to.
It's the new silent disco Sugar Bowl pole where we just wear headphones, and green means we're listening to SEC fight songs, and red means we're listening to Big 12 fight songs. It's kind of random, but hey, it is what it is.
I think that's a great way to end the crossover.
They just saved the perfect game. The big catch. But I think
Another one. There was another big
it
catch.
was Angel Pagan. I can't remember either him or Gregor Blanco. I always got those guys confused. But they just made the diving catch at the track, and Matt Cain's perfect game is still alive. Now he's facing Jose Altuve.
Wow, Jose Altuve looks short.
Well, that's still the case.
He looks like Shane Height.
Baseball wise.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Right.
All right, Happer.
Maybe
This
Matt
is
gave a
the
call.
you know what? This is the call. Remember
5'6".
when the
Holy crap.
remember when the umpire Jim Joyce blew up the perfect game?
Yes.
Armando Galarraga.
Yeah, that's who we need to call. We need to have, like, I don't know, Nate Bargatze say, "Hey, I got Jim Joyce on the other line. Would you like to talk to him?"
Jim Joyce would call in and cry again. Every time he talks about it, he cries.
That's true.
Remember he went out there the next day and he cried?
I forgot about that.
Hey, John.
And they had Galarraga hand him the lineup card.
Yeah.
John, can you do me a favor quick and say Galarraga, but in Harry Carey's voice, please?
Oh God!
Whoa.
Yeah, see,
I have to get
called
into
for
it.
it, yeah.
On
Galarraga.
That's
He
what I
always
needed,
used to
thank you.
drag it out, just like Andres Galarraga. Galarraga spelled backwards.
Oh no.
That's what I needed. Thank you, John.
All right. You just wanted me to have a voice the same as yours.
Nice.
Congratulations. All right.
Bye.
That's a crossover.
Good job.
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. We shall return on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Boys Town Ear, Nose, and Throat Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
It's easy to see the common signs of transmission trouble.
If your engine revs before it falls into gear.
If it seems to switch gears for no reason.
So watch for the signs.
Certified transmission, the job done right at the right price.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. It doesn't even feel like Christmas. It just looks like brown and dirty, and it's very warm.
It is very warm. I could have worn shorts to work today.
Pretty darn close.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome, everyone, to the Grum, live from my cell here at CHI Health Center Omaha, where tonight the suddenly surging Creighton Blue Jays will take on Utah Tech in their final game of the non-conference. And, well, it's not the final game of the year because they do have Butler before the new year, but it is the final game before the Christmas holiday break.
Wow.
Which can always be a little dicey.
What do you mean? Like trailing at the half to a team you should win by, I don't know, as the odds makers say, 29.5 points? Is that what you're saying, John? That might have been the easiest prediction point in the history of predictions. Did all of us get that one right, or did one of us pick North Dakota or Nebraska to cover against North Dakota? I think we all picked North Dakota, right? Tough look if one of us picked Nebraska.
I don't know.
Because we even had a bigger number. We had like 35 or something.
Yeah. It was 33, I think. 33 and a half.
Woo! Woo!
The Grum Down, presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. By the way, this is our penultimate show of the year.
Whoa!
Penultimate Grum of the year.
Wow.
By the way, John, don't eat lunch tomorrow.
Oh,
Okay.
that's right. Nick's paying up on our little Betsy bets.
Finally going to do one of the lunches that I owe you.
Wow.
Does this mean we're all getting sick?
Oh,
Like you
yeah.
are, unfortunately.
Can somebody else deliver the food to us, Nick? I
I'm
would
gonna
rather not.
sneeze on all of it.
Oh, what time should we be here?
I'll probably just grab it around 1.
Okay, perfect. That sounds great to me.
All right. Well,
awesome.
That sounds great. I'm looking forward to it. The Grum Down brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Outbursts, triple dubs, and holiday break bye games. Speaking of outbursts, a debate has formed over Matt Rule's little outburst on Friday.
Ooh, interesting.
The Jags make a big statement, and the Pats return to the postseason.
Man, I'm so happy for New England fans. It's been like 3 years since they were good. So, good.
Yeah,
job.
not enough people are talking about how gross this all is.
It sucks.
Just how disgusting and gross. Just because Tom Brady and Bill Belichick aren't there anymore
doesn't
you
mean we
don't have
can
those
like
same
them.
enemies. It doesn't. Listen,
they're the same annoying people from Boston.
We forget who the real enemy was. The real enemy was not Tom Brady. The real
Robert
enemy was
Kraft.
It was not Bob Kraft. It was
Bobbert.
Patriot fans. It was Boston
Boston.
sports fans.
Yeah.
They were the real bad guys.
And their slurs.
Yes, Nick.
Now, are the Patriots good, or is it just winning through attrition?
I don't know.
They're
think
just surviving a little better.
Well, fair. Yeah, because they'll probably lose in the playoffs, and then we'll we'll move on. They had played, I didn't realize it, John, the easiest schedule since the 99 Rams.
Ooh.
And that team won the Super Bowl, though, so that's a frightening experience because John remembers very well all that year. People were like, are they actually good, though? Are they actually good? Are they actually good? And then they went to the Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl, so they were actually good. But they did whoop up on some tomato cans that year.
Yeah. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will join us.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Thanks.
John Walker of Omaha.com will
Oh.
talk about the Jays who are playing here tonight.
Nice get, Nick.
Thanks.
Today we'll soft and firm. Who do you trust?
God, I always forget that we still do soft and firm, even when it's not.
Well, no, but this is who do you trust in the NFL? We can use soft.
Oh,
and
we're just
firm.
gonna okay,
Yeah,
perfect. Okay,
yeah. We
good,
just
good, good.
steer
Into the skid.
Pivot.
Yeah, we steer into the skid.
Yeah.
It's a Michael Severe Monday.
Let's frickin' go.
Last one at 25.
Oh
And
man,
We've got college football's odd couple. And just in, the new catchphrase of Mitch Holtis, touchdown, Kansas.
Nice.
And that's it. Because we got a sports flash to start the Grum today.
Give it to us, Nick.
Sports Flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports Flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
From the Kansas City Star, the Chiefs have informed administrative officials they are planning to announce that they, the Kansas City Chiefs,
Sports Flash,
will move to Kansas.
Sports Flash.
This is according to sources who asked not to be named.
Oh, son of a.
Sports Flash.
But now
Sports Flash.
they're just the Kansas Chiefs.
Now, are they moving to Kansas City in Kansas, or are they going to Topeka? Because there had been some like rumors or whatever in the last couple of weeks that they're moving to Topeka.
They're going to Olathe.
Well, I think the confusion, people are seeing the word Topeka. That is the state capital of Kansas. I believe the idea is they would move the team to the other side of the Missouri River, which is Kansas City, Kansas.
I see.
That they're not going to move the team to Topeka.
Okay.
It's just Topeka gets mentioned a lot in these stories.
I was so confused. I'm like,
That's where
that's
the
an
state
hour
government
away.
is.
Why
Yeah,
would they do
that's-
that? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
It is so weird. Is there enough made of the fact that there are two cities named Kansas City and they are next to each other? I don't know if we talk about this enough as a society.
I think we need to talk about it more.
Yes, the person who got it first, that's Kansas City. The other one needs a new name. I'm serious. It's weird. It'd be like if that was Omaha, Iowa. No, it's Council Bluffs. We have two, just because we're close, doesn't matter.
Yeah, but if anyone has to give it up, it should be the Missouri side.
Yeah, because they're in Missouri.
I mean, there's not a Nebraska City, Iowa.
Exactly.
There's not
that
an
would be
Iowa City,
stupid.
Illinois.
That would be dumb.
Yeah, but for some reason, even though the town is named Kansas City, and it is in the state of Kansas and in the state of Missouri, but the state of Missouri one is the one that became the bigger of the two.
I don't like this.
I don't know. I honestly don't know how all that happened, but it is kind of odd.
Chiefs fans are going to have to learn how to speak toll road.
So I'm going to give an actual opinion on why I don't like this. It's because their new stadium is going to look like all of the other new stadiums, which is boring. I like Arrowhead because it is unique. It looks different on television.
You like how it's in the middle of a parking lot next to the
see, now that's not what I like, Nick. I do not like that it's in the middle of a parking lot. That's boring. But the stadium itself is cool looking. It's different.
Yeah, I don't mind that it's in the middle of a parking lot. In fact, that's the least of my concerns. But I agree. I like, Arrowhead is a unique stadium. It is a unique stadium, and it's outdoors. All we're going to get is another indoor stadium. And so, more games won't be played in the elements.
The Chiefs Dome.
That's the part I don't like.
Great take.
I mean,
shout out to Buffalo building a new stadium, and it's actually a dome. Good job by you.
I don't care that, if it's on one side of the river or on the other side of the river. I mean, there's plenty of examples in the NFL of teams that don't play in the city that they claim to be from. I mean, it's not the Santa Clara 49ers. It's not the, East Rutherford Giants.
Cowboys are in Arlington, which is a
Cowboys haven't been in Dallas in 60 years.
Yep.
Those things don't bother me. It's that we're just going to get, I mean, I'm sure it'll be a great stadium. I'm sure it'll have all the accoutrements. It'll be awesome.
Boring.
But it's going to have a freaking roof on it.
And it's going to look
so
again the same.
So the
as
odds
every
of
other one.
watching, the Miami Dolphins freeze to death outside.
People won't lose their limbs anymore. That is a shame and a scourge on society.
Yeah.
I'm still pissed about that game.
About losing limbs or about the game itself?
Yes.
Didn't you watch a movie during that game? You can't be that mad if you watched a movie.
I watched the last 3 quarters.
That's so whack.
I just missed the first quarter.
That's the worst part to miss of the game. It's the start of the game.
That's also the only thing.
That was the only time that it was good. Yeah. Good point by Jordan. Now Nebraska can move into Arrowhead full time while they demolish Memorial Stadium. Exactly, John.
Maybe Nebraska will just move to Arrowhead, and that'll be the new home of the Huskers.
Oh, welcome to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, played in Kansas City, Missouri. Very normal.
I mean, if you think about it, that would be
that's where college football's going.
That's like the next level of how, because college football has been creeping closer and closer and closer to peak dumbness.
That would be
that's like the next
That's
step
dumb.
is, hey, you know what? We're just going to take this team based in Lincoln. We're just going to play all their games in Kansas City because we can, and the stadium's better and blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, watch for that being the next move. Anyway, 402-951-1620 if you want to hit us up on the hotline presented by Prairie Flower Casino. Don't forget to sign up for those $100 gift cards to the Prairie Flower Casino. We give them away weekly.
Heck yeah.
You can also hit us up on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. Sick Nick at 1620thezone.com, I believe, is his new email address.
I am pretty sick. Thank you, John.
At the Equitable Bank, they take the banking personal and they answer the phone on the first ring. EquitableOnline.com. And we have a poll question for you today on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Are you a column A or a column B person? So
I love columns. I read them every day.
In the latest discourse surrounding Nebraska football, at least what I've noticed.
Yeah, what's going on in the streets?
Well, you have some folks, and it's not just fans, but it's also
do no wrong.
It's also media who have interpreted, or when they hear Matt Rule's impassioned Friday address, a lot of it surrounding the question regarding whether or not the team is hitting the reset button. I sense that there are becoming two sides on this. Column A,
classic,
he wasn't talking about a reset. He's just reaffirming that they want to be a developmental program. This is what we're going to be. It's not a reset. We're just getting back to our roots. We kind of went astray there a little bit because we got star happy and we were looking at 5 stars and all this other stuff, and we need to get back to developing players. And that's why the impassioned speech or the impassioned address on Friday. Others, column B, say, no, it actually sounds like Matt Rule is frustrated and he's making excuses and is in a search for answers. So are you a column A or a column B? And you can vote right now in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. In fact, I just hit the old retweet button on it.
Excellent.
So you can go vote right now, and we can address that and many other things as we get going today here on the program. Glad you could be with us. Again, it's our penultimate program of the year. Tomorrow will be our last original live show before all of our best of crossovers take you through the holidays. So are we gonna break down the bowl game?
Yep, we got to do that tomorrow, John.
Are we going to break down the bowl game?
We got to do predictions tomorrow, John, for the playoff
Are we
games.
going to break down the bowl game?
Oh yeah, are we going to do 1620 the analytics, radar charts, all that stuff? We got lots to do. Hey, John, speaking of the bowl game, there will be plenty of reaction after the bowl game.
Oh.
Big Red overreaction live right after the game on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg, which this show, by the way, today is not airing on. To the contrary of what John said after the crossover, but the Big Red overreaction will be on 1019 The Keg. And also, how about this? You said 1019 The Keg when you went to break.
1620 The Zone and 1019.
When you sent us to break, it was pretty funny.
You're in the Creighton zone.
Also,
whatever.
Don't forget, severe reaction this Sunday after the Las Vegas Bowl, 8 to 10 a.m. on Sunday, January 4th.
There's automatically going to be 4 more hours of reaction to this game than this game deserves.
There deserves how many hours of reaction to it, John? 100? 400?
What if something incredible
0.0.
Yeah, what if the best play in the history of football unfolds, John? You don't want to give like one take on it?
What if Nebraska blows them out by 40 points?
That's it.
Whoa.
That's impossible because if it's the best play in the history of football, that means that all the starters were participating in it. And that the game actually had stakes.
Well, people might eat steak.
Maybe they'll play so well that the committee will be like, you know what? You're allowed in the playoff.
Come on, Nebraska. You're making the playoff now. That'd be pretty sweet.
Can.
That would be so neat. You're in the semifinals. You're playing Thursday.
if there is one way to try to make bowls relevant again, you do a random draw of all the teams that are playing in the inconsequential bowls, and they just draw one at random and say, guess what? You get to be in the playoffs.
You get a prize.
Honestly, I don't hate that idea.
Wow.
That's kind of fun.
Let's settle down.
All right, we will continue and have more of unsportsmanlike conduct, not on 101.9 The Keg, but on 1620 The Zone.
Your money.
Back here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app, zonetv.live. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel because our best of crossovers will be showing up there as well during the holiday break. Every day at 2 o'clock. Or every day we're supposed to be here, and instead we're not here. It'll be there as well. So go hit the subscribe button on our YouTube channel. Just search 1620 The Zone. You'll find it. It's easy. All of our Zone shows are archived there. Video shorts and more on our YouTube channel. So, mention the poll question. And again, this is, I read a couple of things over the weekend and just, reliving some of the conversation that we had last week. And if you missed it, and you'd have to have been under a rock. Here was what Matt Rule said, Nick. Bring up the video here. We'll go ahead and hit the play button on this. But here was what Matt Rule said in response to Sip's question regarding whether or not this was going to be a reset year with all of the changes that have happened in the organization.
We're building. The program was dead for 10 years. We went to back-to-back bowl games. I don't know why why Nebraskans, we are moving forward. It's just not as fast as Indiana did it. And people ask me that all the time. I'm frustrated. But we did it a lot faster than some of the other teams that got hired at the same time did it. So we are just continuing to build. Coach Belichick told me years ago, it'll take you 3 years to get the right staff. So we're just, every year, we're evolving. We're getting better. But program reset, I don't know why anyone would say that. Just maybe it makes people click on more things. I don't know, but I'm saying, man, we just won 7 games. Should it have been 9? Yes, it should have been 9. So I'm tweaking. I'm just tweaking, right? Tweaking.
So we asked you the question: how did you receive this? Because I'm sensing that there's, like with a lot of other things, there's two sides to it. That this isn't a reset. He's just reaffirming his passion for the whole development thing. In fact, Sam McEwen's Husker Rewind column from last night kind of started on that same vein.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Rule sounded like a man Friday who had rediscovered why he'd gotten into college football coaching profession. And that was, we're going to build with them from within. We're going to develop players. We're going to be teachers. Those are the guiding principles. So some people heard that, what we just played. That's what they gleaned from it. Oh, see, no, not a reset. No, we're just getting back to our roots. And some of this, too, is kind of extrapolating a little bit because some of the conversation, Josh, surrounding the departure of Dylan Raiola has been, well, Raiola actually held the program back from being the developmental program, that going out and getting the 5-star quarterback and bringing in the celebrity and the guy who was going to be the Pied Piper in recruiting and bring in other people, that they had kind of left their developmental roots, if you will. And now it's about, oh, we got a star, this is our fast track to the moon, all of that stuff. Well, now we got that distraction out of the way. Now we can get back to being what it is. I've seen some of that sentiment out there in the ether.
Which real quick, I don't like, because then it ignores the fact that they decided to do that. That
exactly.
They had the agency. They decided to bring in Dylan Raiola. They wanted to move forward with him.
Exactly.
Anyway,
Column B heard the same thing and said, this is a man who's frustrated. It's not going the way it should have. Year 3, we didn't get the year 3 bounce. The year 3 bounce that was promised. The year 3 bounce that was talked about, not just by the media, not just by the fans, but by the coach himself. He quoted his own stuff. He quoted his own stuff and said, yeah, year 3. So he leaned into that. It didn't happen. And now he's kind of grasping a little bit, can't figure out what his team or who his team should be. We're going through another change with defensive coordinators. What exactly do you want to be on defense? What exactly do you want to be on offense? And so there's a little grasping at straw. So that's column B.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like folks have kind of parked themselves on one of two sides. And I know when we talked this out a little bit on Friday, I sense, at least I'm not speaking for you, but we were both more column B, right? That this was a man who's a little frustrated by what he's heard. He's a little frustrated that things haven't gone this way. And I know I certainly took issue with the use of the word tweak. You don't change out another coordinator. You don't change out your offensive line coach. You don't change out your quarterback.
Yeah, it's a lot of big moves.
That's a lot of big moves. A lot of big moves.
For the time period where you're hoping that if you are a leader in charge, this should be the time in which you are really starting to level up, that you are showing who you are as a program. And I think they could be showing who they are as a program, right? It's just not what you're hoping it is. But this should be the time where you are leaning into your strengths. And it's not that you are avoiding your weaknesses, but you're really trying to tamp down those weaknesses. Making this many moves. I mean, John, coordinators are always going to be huge moves for a coaching staff.
Yeah.
Dare I say, defensive line and offensive line also massive moves, given the importance of those, and especially for this program, the struggles that they have had. And then you lose your quarterback too. And we can debate how much we want about are they okay with this? Should they be okay with this? Like, I'm happy to have those conversations, but it's just a lot. It's a lot to happen in such a short amount of time ahead of, I don't want to say make or break. He's got a 2-year extension. There is no such thing right now as make or break, but moving into an era now where it's just vitally important for them to start putting their best foot forward for things.
You're still debating what kind of offense you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I sense that the change is moving slightly over towards more, at least having a more mobile quarterback. It's not necessarily a full-on running quarterback, but certainly a more mobile quarterback. But this was a team that already had been lacking some offensive identity. Even through last year, even though you had a running back who did what he did, you never really got a great sense of what the offensive identity of this team is. And so, it's kind of hard for me to sit back and say, yeah, they're just tweaking things when the core of what it is you want to be seems to be changing. And you're still grasping for some of the same things that we've been critical of other regimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it was like, well, what is it they exactly want to be? I still think there's an element of Matt Rule trying to still adjust to coaching in this league, in this conference, and what he feels can work in this conference. Yes, we have heard we've got to be able to stop the run. We've got to be able to run the ball. But was the defense necessarily geared towards being able to stop the run? No. Was the offense, did the offense become, or was it designed to be a run-first offense, or did it become that way because you realized, Emmett Johnson's doing some good things. Keep giving him the ball.
Yeah, Brian, that's a great question. If we want to be a power football running team, then why the hell is Holgo the offensive coordinator? I asked that with all due respect. It's a good question for Brian. Like, if that's truly what you're trying to be, this in theory wouldn't be the OC that you would want to move forward with. Greg in Myrtle Beach, always great to hear from Greg. What a laughable attempt at media spin. This is not a middle school rule rebuild any more than it was for the Panthers. It's another total collapse, and the bowl game will prove it. Unwrap that present under your Christmas tree.
Bowl game won't prove anything.
Yeah.
What if they lost 223-0, thus setting a new record for the biggest blowout in the history of college football, John? Even then, you wouldn't say this matters? You wouldn't say, wow, that's a total and historic collapse?
That would be hilarious.
Nick.
That's not going to happen.
Would you not think that would be a little funny?
It'd be.
Imagine
as the person who has to do the reaction show after that, I don't know how I would react.
That show would start a little later than you're planning on it starting. 223 points.
No, I told you this thing's starting at 5:30 straight up. We're just going to start it at 5:30. I don't care how much time's left in the game, and then we're going to be done. We're going to be out of here.
What if it's taking as long as that Oregon game did on Saturday? It's like a 4-hour affair.
Do me a favor and wait until 6 so I don't have to re-time out all the best.
Oh, there you go. That's a good job by you, Nick.
Thank you.
Good job.
Listen, I am not going to a place. I know others will, but in my own personal review or my personal viewpoint of either the season that has passed or the season that is to come, I think it is a fool's errand to place too much emphasis on this bowl game. I really do.
Yeah.
Because the team's going to is so much different, or will be so much different than it was during the 2025 season, to say that it's just an extension of the 2025 season. And we have no idea what 2026 is going to look like. So we really can't, look forward and say, well, here's something, because there are some folks who, believe that, the crown was kind of the launching point for this season of Nebraska basketball.
But at least they have similar players on the roster.
For some individuals, certainly it gave them more of a chance. For the Cale Jacobsons, the Sam Hoibergs, it probably helped. But remember, they had a couple of guys, who were pivotal role player or pivotal stars on that team last year who aren't with the program anymore. And two of the biggest stars that they have were either not on the team or injured. So, I mean, certainly anytime you go out and perform, anytime you go out and practice, you can take steps towards getting better. But in terms of whatever happens a week from, was it Wednesday, applying to, this is going to be just the thing to launch them into 2026, I think folks are going to spin it however they want. Personally, I'm not going to. This is just
John, when you begin the show,
this is a one-off exhibition game. It doesn't mean anything towards 2026.
John, I got your line to open the show next Wednesday. Welcome to Big Red Overreaction. You are in the no spin zone. That's how you got to operate next week. The no spin zone from John Bishop.
I guess. That's fine.
Brett, Minnesota texts in. We've said this before, and this is now going back to the other stuff, but it's key now more than ever. They just need to decide on something as an identity. The whole adjust to what the defense gives is not an identity. Have a damn backbone. And that's going to show itself in the portal, right? At least with the quarterback. What kind of quarterback? What kind of quarterbacks are we talking about being on Nebraska's roster? Davila, we found out earlier today, he will not be on Nebraska's roster. And I don't think that was going to change anything in terms of what the quarterback room was or wasn't going to look like. And I don't think he was going to battle it out for the starting job. But again, there's going to be, they need now, how many bodies, John? How many new names?
Well, they're down to one scholarship quarterback now, and that's TJ Lateef.
You're probably talking about for sure 2, maybe 3 that you're bringing in through the portal for next season.
Yeah, because you're not bringing in a high school guy.
Correct, because their quarterback decommitted a few weeks ago, and that was very odd timing, as we all pointed out.
Yes.
Or some did.
So, yeah, honestly, you might be bringing in 4 or 3 quarterbacks. If you want to, we talked about this last year, right? There were some people that were concerned that only having 4 quarterbacks wasn't enough last year.
Yeah, well, right? You got to adjust your thinking in the era of roster limits. So I would disagree with that to some degree, but I understand.
I think you need to at least have 3, which means Nebraska's going to need 2.
Yeah,
at least 2.
At least.
My guess is they'll probably go with more than that, especially if they are going to ask the quarterback to run the ball a little bit more, which does put them in a little more jeopardy to get injured.
Bingo.
So there you go. It's and honestly, how much of this is the other part of the equation is it's like a chicken or the eggs scenario where are you getting the quarterback and then tailoring the offense around him, or are you searching for the quarterback for the offense you intend to be? Have they answered that second question, or is the answer to the question dependent on who they get?
It's a great question. It's a really good question.
So again, these are all things that are out there, which is why I tend to lean, and I'm not saying, I don't want to make it sound like Matt Rule is lost and he has no idea what to do. But I think
we'll let Greg and Myrtle Beach do that for us.
I think Friday was more of just pushing back at certain narratives because he doesn't want those narratives to take hold. There may be kernels of truth to that. There may be kernels of truth to, that there's some frustration there, or he doesn't want, people, clicking on buzzwords and all this other stuff. But there's still an element of, yeah, we're still trying to figure this out a little bit, right? Because there's a difference between establishing a culture and, trying to establish an identity. I think you can do one without the other. Obviously, as a successful organization, you need to have both established, or at least an idea of what is established. So I think Rule thinks, hey, we got the culture part down. We're fine there. But now we've got to figure out, all right, How are we going to make our defense work? What is it we want to be on defense? How do we want our offense to work? What do we want to be on offense?
Yeah.
And those are still questions that are being answered.
And it's going to take a little bit to get answered because the portal still, a reminder, technically it's not even opened yet.
People forget.
Technically, it's not even opened yet.
Technically, it's not open yet. That's true. Yeah. All right, 402-951-1620. Before we head to break, Bart is out there on the
Torvik?
Not Bart Torvik.
Oh.
I assume you're not Bart Torvik.
No, I am not, but I'm just a fan of the show. Anyway, can we
Thanks,
put
Bart.
to bed that bowl games mean anything anymore unless you're in the actual playoffs? They are glorified scrimmages. They have been for 20 years. Why do fans hold so much to account in the bowl games now unless it's a championship?
Bart, it's a great question. Thanks for the call, man. You know, I can give you the answer, John. It's because we want to hold on to the old days, right? Like, I get it. If someone of your age, honestly, man, you recognizing it more than a lot of people that are your age, I think it's commendable because a lot of people want to hold on to that. They want to be reminded of what bowl games used to be and the importance. And like, look, I understand it. It's a football game. You got to, there's a lot on the line every time you lace them up, right? You put on the pads. It's a physical game. You can't go through the motions on the football field. But just given the way the roster turns over today, the effort level, the want of being there, I'm with Bart. It's just hard to put in anywhere near the level of impact that he says 20 years ago. I would say that my mindset on them started changing about a decade ago. We're pretty much a decade now removed from Christian McCaffrey and Leonard Fournette. They sat out some bowl games, and that was what really kicked this off into high gear. Remember all of the think pieces for those two future NFL players. And now everybody does it. Nobody sit out bowl games. And so, yeah, I'm with Bart entirely, and I know you are too.
Well, some of it is, yes, you're right. Some of it is older folks clinging to, something that used to be. But I think regardless of age, I think another part of it is people want them to mean something because it's a game that's on television and it does count towards your record, right?
And it's the last time you get to watch your favorite team.
And it's the last time. And so you want it to count. You want it to mean something. You want it to be special, even though in reality, you really can't. And so, listen, I'm not saying you can't enjoy watching a week from Wednesday or you can't, be invested in what you're watching. I'm just saying from my perspective, when it comes to what I see from the 2025 team or what I project for 2026, what happens a week from Wednesday will have zero bearing on any of it. Mm-hmm. The only thing, honestly, that could change is if, unfortunately, a really bad injury that affected that person's ability to play next season were to occur. But other than that, it has no bearing on what the 2026 Huskers are going to be. And so if you want to take something out of it that I don't see that's there, great. I'm just not going to agree with you on it.
Yeah.
All right. When we continue, as the Jays get ready to wrap up their shoot around here, have they really started to turn the corner? They set a Big East record that no one thought even knew existed, honestly.
I did not realize it existed
on Saturday night. I think it was just something that was looked up and turned into a record. But either way, we'll be back and have more right after this. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
John, you said 1019 the keg again, so we're at 2 now on the counter.
Is this a bit? Are you doing this on purpose?
Maybe he is doing it on purpose.
I'm here at the arena. I don't know. I'm just used to it. I guess.
Thank God John's not a podcaster where he can say the F word a lot, because suddenly he'd be dropping curse words left and right on the radio.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it must be just looking down on the floor, and it's natural. So that means who knows? I don't know. Don't know.
1019 the keg.
Can't tell you. Maybe it's my subliminal way of saying we should be on there anyway.
In the zone.
Just saying.
Move us.
Mark wanted to opine, as we were discussing last segment. Mark is joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino hotline on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. Hi, Mark. Mark. I thought I heard Mark there.
Mark is gone.
Oh,
goodbye,
okay.
Mark. Great phone call. A great take.
Maybe DJ is there. Hi, DJ.
Hey, friends. Thank you for briefing my call. You had me at keg, and I'm in the zone, so we'll just start there.
Nice.
And wanted to level set just a second. I was a senior in high school in '96, and I have been thinking a lot about selfishness versus selfishness as it relates to collegiate sports, particularly to the Nebraska Cornhuskers. And it seems like with the insurgence of NIL and money and capitalism, it seems to be more difficult to be selfless and say, you know what, they're just kids. Rule's trying to do his thing. Don't play for, on the bowl game. Do what's best for you. And it's still a grind and awareness issue for me. And I don't know if that resonates with you and what I'm kind of throwing down here.
Thanks, DJ.
DJ, I was thinking about that as you were talking. It's almost too bad there wasn't a way that we could have the old way of guys getting paid under the table, but it's still being legal, but that we didn't talk about it, because the NIL era has changed the mindset. I was having a conversation with a fellow announcer over the weekend, and we were just talking about, certain guys and, how you can't redshirt anybody anymore, because why would you redshirt somebody when they can get paid to go play somewhere else? And then they can always work their way back to the program that they were going to redshirt in, unless you're paying them to redshirt. And it's all, and the whole conversation is just about money. It's about money, which there's nothing wrong with that. But the fact that we now speak it openly, right? We talk about it openly about, hey, $5 million quarterbacks and, $2 million point guards. And, if you want to go an offensive tackle, it's $1 million. We just talk. And a lot of times we're just throwing out numbers, right? We're just throwing out numbers. No one really knows unless you're actually on the inside, actually cutting the checks. But when we talk about the dollars and cents over the quality of the player, it kind of lends to this skepticism or this cynicism that exists about today's college sports versus where it was when all of this stuff was happening under the table, right? Where, yeah, we knew that 5-star was playing at Alabama. Yeah, he probably got a new car. Yeah, he probably got this. But because it was all speculative and just all trash talk, we didn't really focus on that. And we just looked at the player for what they were. They were just the player. Now, when you tie the money component to it, I think it has a tendency to make everyone a little more cynical, kind of more like pro sports fans, right? Where, hey, if you went out and got this free agent wide receiver and he ain't producing for you and he's only got 3 touchdowns when the team he played for last year, he had 12 touchdowns, you're like, what are we paying this guy $20 million a year for? And we've kind of seen some of that same thing and that same kind of pro-esque cynicism bleed into college sports now. And I think that's one of the things that has turned some people, like our last caller, perhaps off a little bit on the selflessness versus selfishness that exists. And, again, you can't have it. The genie's out of the bottle but it's almost too bad there wasn't a way that everyone could have just winked and said, all right, this is all legal. We're not going to bust you if you're paying somebody, but we're just not going to talk about it, because then it doesn't get out there and people all of a sudden don't look at a player through the same prism. They now look through it as a prism of what are they making versus what are they doing, or what kind of a person they are, what kind of a player they are.
Yeah. I mean, I always feel like such an outlier in these discussions because I just don't, save this for Thursday, right? Though we're off this week because it's Christmas. I just don't care. Like, it doesn't affect my enjoyment or lack thereof. Like, I mean, I guess you got to figure out.
But it does for some. I get your opinion.
No, I feel bad because
obviously it does
I can't meet anybody. I guess I can meet you halfway in saying, I guess I understand that this, for whatever reason, bothers you, but I just want the right.
Well, and I guess, and the part of it I didn't really talk about was because more so than the money, it's probably the transfer portal that lends a lot to it as well, because again, the whole loyalty concept is gone. Now, you can be a free agent and leave like that and be instantly eligible somewhere else. And I think that's another part.
That is, in my opinion, way more than the money. It is that players do not have to stay around, or that there are not contracts. That is not because that's the thing that the pros have. There are rules. There is a structure. Caleb Williams can't leave. He can't just leave the Bears before the playoffs. He has to remain with them. That would be a weird thing to do. Right? Like, that's the part that I wish was fixed. I don't care about the money. I don't care about a lack of a salary cap. I don't care about any of that stuff. I care about knowing how long a player is on your roster and what that is going to mean. That's the stuff that's the most important thing, in my opinion, for them to get fixed. Let's see if they can actually fix it.
All right. When we continue, we'll be back and a little bit on Saturday's game here at CHI Health Center and playoffs. The playoff first round is in the books. There were a couple of good games. And there were a couple of not good games.
There also were those.
Kind of what we expected.
Exactly what we expected.
So I'm not sure why there's so much hand-wringing.
Excellent point, John.
When you expect something and you get exactly what you expect, not much to wring your hands over, is there?
Hard to argue with that. Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
All right, we'll return to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on only 1620 The Zone. Back here at CHI Health Center, that's where I am tonight for Creighton and Utah Tech basketball. It's the final game before the holiday break, and it's the final non-conference game of the regular season. Of course, the Jays, just like Nebraska, have been playing a couple of conference games in between. Berke, Yuktangel with a triple-double. That game last night immediately went from, oh no, disaster. What is happening here? Why can't Nebraska make a shot? This is awful. This is terrible basketball. To, hey, we got a triple-double going on, and this is great, and everything's awesome. So it shows you how much the narrative around Nebraska basketball has changed. Amazing what a few wins does for you, right? Because maybe in another season, let's say this was a typical, 7-5 Nebraska non-conference or whatever, or 7-5 start. I'm sure there'd be folks going, wow, they're barely beat North Dakota. This is a terrible team. But all it takes is, a few shots to go down, and then, a guy who, and we talked about this with Robin last week, all these different pieces to this Nebraska team, what Sanford has done coming over from Iowa, obviously the insertion of Rink Maston into the lineup, or the reinsertion of Maston into the lineup, the resurgence or the continued improvement of Lawrence. But Berke is in that equation as well. And another one of those guys where it just seems like every piece on this team has either fit just right or has gotten better at their role, and Berke qualifies as the latter. And so for him to go out and, do a triple-dub last night in a game that, quite frankly, for 20 minutes was a
Yeah, it couldn't have gotten off to a worse start,
all.
right? Like, they're not doing well on either end. They're getting a lot of pickpockets, a lot of takeaways. When they had the basketball, they're missing all of those shots. Thankfully for them, North Dakota wasn't making a whole lot of their own. And then, it ends up being, it's so funny, John, if you were just not even scoreboard watching, if you're not paying attention and then you just go check the box score at the end, or at least you just see the final score, you're like, oh, hey, normal kind of game for this time of year, right? They win comfortably. Everybody's moving on with their day. But it was not that way for many, many minutes watching it live.
So now Nebraska gets to go into their holiday break, and, of course, everyone's still focused on what's coming in early January when Michigan State comes into town. That's the next, monumental, oh, my God, possible moment.
Huge game, yes.
Yeah. And I know there's still one more non-conference game in between, but after that, it's all to the Big Ten, baby, and the continued pursuit of, continuing this win streak. And improving the metrics, and not just improving the metrics to get into the tournament. It's about improving the metrics to get as good a seed as possible in the tournament. The conversation has changed, which is obviously for Nebraska fans very refreshing. Speaking of refreshing, it has been refreshing, at least for Creighton fans, the last two games, to see what has happened with the Blue Jays. This was a team that appeared a little lost at sea, that a lot of changes had to be made. Lineup got changed. And then all of a sudden, in 2.5 games of basketball, the second half against Kansas State, the game at Xavier, and the game on Saturday night, the narrative is changing. And we'll talk more about it with John Walker coming up. But here's a little bit of what happened. This was part of a 2-minute and 55-second outburst by one guy the other night against Marquette. Gets back across to Graves. He's got a wide open three. Bang! Nick Graves! 27-17. Graves has 10. Driving the paint. Ball raked away again by Graves. Now Graves down the floor. Stops. Pops. Boom! 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 Holy moly! Nick Graves is on one tonight. But now Creighton back the other way. 30-17 Creighton. Graves, heat check three. Hello! Yes, sir! And one! Oh, mama! Durham, North Carolina is representing. What a run by Nick Graves! 16 points! He would then make the free throw, and it would be a 17-point outburst in 2 minutes and 55 seconds, which would be all the points he would score the whole game.
Yeah, what did you say to him in the post game? You did something that Doug never did.
I was racking my brain. The only thing that compares, I mean,
tough.
obviously there was the start to the Villanova game, but that's when everybody was hitting threes, mainly Rogge, but everyone was hitting threes. Ethan Rogge had that stretch against Xavier that same year here in this building where he hit 3 threes, one deeper than the next in like 90 seconds. But what was not shown there, he had 2 mid-range buckets that preceded all of the points that you heard or saw, depending on where you were consuming us. But it was incredible. And it just like, wow, completely out of nowhere. And this is from a guy who had recently lost his job as the starting point guard. And, you know, and it's just part and parcel of what is happening. It's kind of hard to, it's easy to explain and it's hard to explain because you don't normally see 180 degrees like this. I mean, take yourself back to the Nebraska game or to the first half of the Kansas State game. Those were 3 straight halves where it was just like, ugh. I mean, offensively, they couldn't really get a whole lot going. Defensively, it was terrible, especially against Kansas State. And then literally starting after halftime of the Kansas State game, they buckled down. They held K-State to less than 30% from the field. Ended up losing the game because they had dug themselves too big a hole. But you could see, you know, hey, at least it was better. But at that point, it was just a pat on the back, good for you. You know, you could do it for 20 minutes, but, you know, you got to be better than that. And then Xavier, last Wednesday, they were better than that. Played as close to a perfect game as you can. I mean, defensively, and I said it last week, everyone wants to talk about the 98 points and the offense and the shooting and everything. It all started with defense. And then come here to Saturday, and it's a 7-0 lead for Marquette. Creighton's looking out of sorts. They had more turnovers than shot attempts at the first media timeout. Graves comes in, immediately stabilizes the team so that they're not turning the ball over anymore. They only turned it over twice more over the next 20 minutes of basketball when Graves came in. And then the outburst that you just heard. And then in the second half, it was kind of more of the same, though Graves became more of a facilitator. He had assists on 3 straight baskets. And the switch that has been flipped is incredible. Now, how much of it is sustainable? How much of it is based on opponents who you were playing?
Yeah.
Xavier. Now, I will say this. Xavier, after getting the brakes beat off of them at home by 41, then goes to Georgetown and wins. And Georgetown, you know, I'm not saying Georgetown's great, but they're not awful. So for them to do that, it kind of puts that game in a different light.
I mean, we talked about it a little bit, right, the other day, John, when it was after the Xavier game last week. So this would have been on Thursday. We had this conversation. A very similar one, though, with a much bigger margin of victory. You know, I'm just looking at Bart right now. Xavier 104th, Marquette 143. Of course, Utah Tech, we're not going to learn anything tonight in that regard.
No.
But then, so here's what's going to happen. Butler, 48th on Bart. Seton Hall, 43rd. Villanova, 37. St. John's, 19. So that's 4 games in a row, all top 50. 2 of them are on the road. And to go glass half full, I would say it started with the second half of the Kansas State game against a team that is ranked 60. Of course, the glass half empty would be they have just done what they did against 2 teams that are not rated, you know, even inside of the top 100.
Sure.
But
you could also argue if you go back, because remember, some of the warning signs from this year's team were in those earlier bye games. The North Dakota game,
that's
the South
100%,
Dakota game.
And those are all 300s and 200s. Yeah.
And so
sure.
at least the one thing you could say is, well, at least it's looking like it's supposed to look, right? Forget about the opponent for a moment. Just say it's at least looking like it's supposed to look. But your point is very valid. Once we get past Christmas,
we're going to learn.
Things are going to change dramatically.
Yeah.
You know, like you said, Butler, Seton Hall, Villanova, St. John's, they're all going to be, you know, bigger tests. But I guess
because I need to see this a little bit more against those types of teams.
Sure you do. Absolutely you do. But at least for the moment, it's looking like it's supposed to look.
They've certainly stemmed the negative tide, and that's really, really nice. You know, I'm just like with Nebraska, I'm excited to now get done with some of these bye games. Let's flip the calendar and let's see what happens when they're playing night in, night out. Better competition. What happens when they have to do multiple road games in a row? Like, again, that 4-game stretch, I think we're going to learn a ton about Creighton.
I think we will too. But For the last couple of games, at least it's looked fun, and we'll see how they respond tonight. Again, these games, and I tweeted about it last night when Nebraska was down at halftime. I said, these are the games that just make coaches so nervous because how many of the guys have one foot on the plane? How many of the guys are already thinking ahead to,
it's like 1, 2, 3 Cancun, but it's 1, 2, 3 Christmas. Like, you are ready to go
and it's
home.
not even forget about whether or not, you're excited about the presents you're going to get. It's just about getting away.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about, I don't have to practice. I don't have to play any games. I don't have to study any film. I can just get away and unwind. And some people are just, remember, for as much as they might be getting paid for all the changes that have happened, they're still 18 to 22-year-old college kids.
Bingo.
And we were all like this it's like, get to go home, get to get away from the books, get to get away from all of this stuff.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they respond tonight, but we'll find out. 7 o'clock tip, 6 o'clock pregame with Austin Jacobson here on 1620 The Zone. And the game also on
101.9 The Keg. Bingo.
But on this radio station coming up next, it's Mitch Sherman of The Athletic on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy Football season. Heck, it is pretty much over, but still plenty of games to go in the regular season, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action. Plus, John, with Underdog Unwrapped, you will unwrap tons of promos all throughout the holidays, boosts, gimme picks, deal reveals, and even some surprises sprinkled in. And best of all, for the friends of the Grum, you can make picks and win money right now in Nebraska. You got 3 games coming up on Thursday, so find a player that you like, you dislike, go higher or lower, get your picks right. You could win up to 5,000 times your cash. So many options available, John, starting on Thursday and continuing tonight in the NFL.
And you don't have to cross the border to do it. You can do it from the comfort of your couch or while you're unwrapping presents. And speaking of unwrapping presents, there's some daily profit boosters that are also available. So watch for those when you download that Underdog Fantasy app. And if you download the app today and use our promo code 1620 The Zone, score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620 The Zone. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. One of our final guests of 2025. Wow. Because we'll be off after Tuesday. Mitch, hopefully you got everything prepared and ready to go for Christmas, which is only a couple days away.
Thank you. I do. Things are coming into focus, and I don't know about everything prepared, but the relatives are in town, and we're. I feel like we're shutting stuff down for the year. Although I have one more item to work on. But thanks for having me on, and it's an honor to be one of your final guests of 2025.
Mitch,
I don't know if it's an honor.
Would you describe your holiday plans?
Truly an honor.
Would you describe your plans this holiday season as a tweak or a reset compared to what you did in 2024?
Well, yeah, we're just tweaking.
Just tweaking.
We're tweaking. You know, we found something that works, and we're tweaking it.
Good.
That's probably the best way to describe it. I don't even know why you would consider it a reset. I don't know why even know why people would say that, what that means.
So, all right, Josh brought it up. We might as well get this going right off the jump. When you heard him answer that question the way he did, and just kind of the general tone that press conference took, how did you see it in the moment, and has that view changed any in the last couple of days?
Hasn't changed in the last couple of days. I mean, what's happened in the last couple of days? Another quarterback who has never played went into the portal. I viewed it. I was in Kansas City for the volleyball, and I read the comments before I heard them, and I was kind of surprised, dumbfounded as to why he put it that way. And then I heard them and could see that he was agitated. I don't know. It's about the most off script I've heard Matt Rule go in his 3 seasons at Nebraska. Like, he generally, maybe that was his script. He wanted to say that. Usually that's the way he handles press conferences, but I felt like that was an emotional moment for him, and he didn't come in intending to go there. And he heard the question about reset, and that clearly had been something that was on his radar that bothered him, that it was phrased that way. But like, there's a lot more negative things that you could say about the way this season ended. And there's a lot more, I think, critical definitions that critical phrasing that you could use to describe what some might see as the lack of great progress. And for him to choose that one to go, like I said, off script, it surprised me. And he explained it, and I understand the explanation. Again, like, as he got into some of the additional comments in saying that the program had been dead for 10 years, and he's just trying to do things like Fred Hoiberg, like, all of it just felt a little bit off the norm, outside of the norm for Matt Rule, and leads me to believe that, there's some pressure that he feels. He's unhappy with the end to the season for sure. Didn't want this December to go in a direction where he lost his veteran quarterback. Although I think by the time they parted ways with Raiola and the Raiolas, that it was inevitable, and he was at peace with it and ready for it to happen. But yeah, I mean, they have big questions to answer going into 2026, starting with the QB spot, where there's only one player coming back with any kind of experience at all, and that's starting just 3 games. So a little bit off the norm for Matt Rule, I guess, is the best way for me to answer that.
Mitch, how do you think they are going to attack the quarterback room? Like, there are, I think, like, 3 like realistic in theory, possibilities. Like you go after a big name player, so you're willing to spend a lot of money. You go after a player with a lot of returning experience, but maybe at the lower level. So is this going to cost less? FCS Group 5 type player. You go after, I guess, the highly ranked player in high school that either hasn't played a whole lot or maybe just hasn't played very well at all, like almost like a Dante Moore type from UCLA. Maybe there are other options, and if there are, I would love to hear them from you. But I wonder if you agree with those main three. How do you think they're going to attack it?
Yeah, somewhere along those lines. I think the options you laid out cover most of the bases. They're going to have to get multiple quarterbacks. Clearly, yes. I wouldn't say it's out of the question for them to even try to dive back into the high school ranks with maybe a quarterback who just signed with a program that has undergone a coaching change here of late. And I'm not talking about anybody in particular. And it could be a coaching change that's still to come when the NFL dominoes start to fall. If there's a college coach who leaves and that school has a quarterback that's signed. I mean, I think Nebraska is in the position now with just one quarterback on scholarship that are to look at every option, and that would include bringing in a freshman in February in the late signing period. So that's maybe something that is another option to the ones, Josh, that you presented. But you probably need a young guy and a more veteran player, because you have to fill out that room, and you're not comfortable with that room if there's just two that can take snaps in 2026. You need three quarterbacks. Like that's just so maybe you can find a diamond in the rough, a player like Gramstad that they added last year, and he can be your number three. But more likely, and I guess the best option for that is to go to a lower level of college football. Is there a Division II quarterback out there?
Oh wow,
that akin to like what Trinidad Chambliss was this year at Ole Miss, and he obviously he took a team to the playoff. But I think you leave no stone unturned, and maybe you have to go to FCS or even Division II. Probably not dip down to NAIA like they did with Gramstad, but somewhere you can just find there is one Division II quarterback. The reason I even brought that up, his name escapes me right now, but I saw some information floating around on social media the other day about how there's a D2 quarterback that's gotten a bunch of offers, and would Nebraska get involved in that? So just fill in the blank. Lower level quarterback, and then somebody that's more proven. Like and then you of course have to bank on Latif and retaining him. So it's dicey right now where they're at.
Mitch Sherman joining us from The Athletic. We talked about this earlier when it comes to the quarterback. Is it a situation where you're going out to find the best you can and then tailoring the offense to them? Or is it an idea where you finally come up with whatever it is you want the offense to be and then go find the guys to play it? Because one of the concerns about this team is, do they really have an offensive identity at this point? And here's an opportunity for you to either establish it one way or another.
Yeah, I think you have to try to establish it. Now, that said, if like some 3,000-yard passer falls in your lap and he's not necessarily a quarterback who runs and moves the pocket, you really have to think about taking a hard look at that guy, because he could stabilize things perhaps for a period of time before, you go with the youth movement with Taylor. And, Latif will be in his third season if he remains in Nebraska by the time Trey Taylor comes. So he's not necessarily young at that point, but more than likely, I think they're going to have a system. And they've determined what that is. And Matt Rule talked about it a bit on Friday and saying that he just feels that you need to have a quarterback who's mobile. And Nebraska's trying to put pieces around the quarterback that work for that system. And that impacts who you recruit at the offensive line spot. I think it impacts to a certain degree who you recruit at some of the playmaker positions, from tight end to wide receiver and even running back. So if you have a sense of what your offense is, and that's largely dictated by the quarterback, it makes it much easier to put together the pieces around that player. You can sell something in recruiting and then you can work on it through an entire offseason. It's better not to determine that on the run or to change mid-course in a season, which we've seen Nebraska do now multiple times under Matt Rule, whether because of injury or just the inability this year to protect Dylan Raiola as they tried to throw it 30 plus times a game. They had to switch out of necessity in 2025. So if you can have that stability and it's something that you work on in recruiting, in the portal, in player development, in roster management, and then in practice and OTAs all through the offseason, you're so much better positioned than to fly by the seat of your pants in September and October.
Mitch, who do you think are like the most important players for Nebraska to make sure that they retain? Like, is there like a list of, I don't know, like 3 or 5 players that you're like, they got to make sure that they bring that player back. Thus, they got to really fight hard for their services when the portal opens up.
Sure. We know that Nebraska has to get a lot better at the lines of scrimmage, and that starts with retaining the players who are there that can be foundational pieces. And I think that Justin Evans and Elijah Pritchett on the offensive side, I don't think Tyler Kanak is going anywhere. He's a senior. He's already transferred once before, hasn't been a regular starter, but it looks like he'll be a starting piece next season. So I start there. You need something to build with on the offensive line. It's not feasible or realistic to think, even with a new couple of coaches at that position, that you're going to be able to bring in 5 new starters or 4 new starters. You got to have something to start with. And the same thing on the defensive line. I mean, they didn't get everything that they needed to or wanted to out of Riley Van Poppel this year, but he's an important piece to keep in the fold. Same thing with Williams Winery, who's been in the program for 1 year. I'd say the same thing about Keona Davis. And that's where it starts. Latif obviously is somebody that you have to work to retain. You need to, you can't lose another quarterback. I'd look at Vincent Shavers. I'd look at Donovan Jones. You can go down the list. Ja'Cory Barney is obviously going to be an important piece to retain. I just can start naming all the returning starters, but they're all important, and they're going to lose some of those guys. Like some of those players that I mentioned, they're going to lose at least 1 or 2. And I'm not saying that because I have information about those players, but just the odds and the way that college football works. So as many of the players who came back, who are coming back with experience in the trenches, and then from there, you look to the skill position. Skill position players are easier to replace in the portal.
Mitch, we're not going to have a chance to talk to you before the bowl game next week, but I'm curious, when you look at this game, how are you going to take it in? Sure, you're going to see a lot of people that will be back next season, but how much of what you see next Wednesday is going to help shape your opinion of the offseason to come, or maybe the season that's just completed, because, of course, the records will all count against 2025.
I go into it, and I'll probably start watching the game with the mindset that it's not going to impact very much about how I feel as it relates to this team going into 2026, because I think the game is just going to be like an exhibition game. I think Utah undoubtedly has motivation to play really hard and to do it for their coach who's on the way out. But even Utah is not at full strength, more closer to full strength than Nebraska. I just think, and I think the practices leading up to the game have probably been more important than what happens next Thursday. They're going to rev it up, and the intensity will get there. Like right now, it feels like they're just getting ready for a practice game. I think that when next Wednesday and Thursday come, that'll change. And it probably isn't that way right now within the team. It just feels that way on the outside, because the end of the season was such a letdown. And that the high water mark at this point is just to get to 8 wins, which it's improvement over last year, and that would be nice. But if I watch the first part of the game, and it looks to me like Nebraska's really in it, like Nebraska is okay. They've made some strides since Black Friday, and I feel like this was not only beneficial this month in terms of like starting to get a head start on 2026, but also in getting them ready to play. And you can start to, if you see them play with an edge, like with a chip on their shoulder, then I'll probably perk up and pay attention more. And by the end of it, it might be something that means more to how I feel about the impact that game has on the off season. But that's not really my expectation. That's not what I anticipate. I anticipate when that game's over, saying, all right, they're turning the page on 2025, and now they've already started. I can hear those words in the post game. Like, we started a month ago on next season, and this whatever happened today, win or lose, it's not something that's going to derail or change that progress. But I'd like to see the beginning of the game and just like what the tempo and like while the execution looks for Nebraska before I come to a definite conclusion about the way that game might affect next year.
Hey, Mitch, speaking of next year, there's been some chatter lately that the Big Ten schedule is going to be dropping soon, perhaps before the end of calendar year 2025. Like every year when it comes out, we always, especially when the Friday night stuff comes out, and that won't be for many, many months, but we always have those discussions about like, hey, Nebraska wanted this and they were hoping for this. Like, what? Given that there are all 3 Big Ten playoff teams are on the schedule, 5 road games in conference, what do you think Nebraska is hoping for with the way in which this schedule breaks out and when like certain opponents fall? Or like, is there a world where they could say, we don't want a Friday game? Can you please not put us on one of those in 2026?
They can say it. I don't think it's going to matter much. I think they're going to get one. What you don't want is another one of these Novembers where it's just murderer's row. You're already playing Iowa, which is a tough matchup for Nebraska. Has been for the last decade. So, you don't want to see Oregon, Ohio State on the schedule in November.
Uh-huh.
There's in some world, it's better to get those kinds of teams early in the year, but then other times like bad weather can be an evening factor in a game against a team like Ohio State. And Nebraska's playing Oregon on the road, so you could have bad weather. You could have bad weather any time of year in Oregon, but they're used to their rain, so I don't think it matters as much if it's in their stadium. If Oregon was coming to Lincoln, I'd say, hey, put them on November 15th and let's see what happens. But I don't know. It's going to be a tough schedule regardless, and you could say, hey, would it be better to open with Indiana and Lincoln in the first Big Ten game of the year? There might be some merit to that. Like Indiana's going to be bringing in a new quarterback, and you'd expect that Cignetti, based on his track record, is going to get them rolling. Probably have them rolling from day one, but I would think they might be a more dangerous team in mid-October, like Nebraska saw last season, than to get them in the first conference game out of the chute, especially since it's at Memorial Stadium, and Nebraska has tended to play much better early in the season in the last 3 years than late in the year. So, however it comes out, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be more difficult on paper, exceedingly more difficult than this season, 2025, and that's kind of a scary thought when you look at where Nebraska's at right now.
Mitch, I don't like to put you on the spot, but as part of our year-end celebration tomorrow, we are going to unveil the list. These are all of the bad predictions
and some good ones
that we have had throughout the course of the year, and we're probably going to add some new ones, to start the new list for next year. I'm curious, is there like a spicy prediction or take of something you think will happen in 2026 that you would like to put on our list that we will talk about next year at this time?
Man, I feel like I could do a lot better with this if I thought about it and then text
I know
you guys before the end of the year. I don't know, because right now, and then this has just kind of been me for the month of December. Like my thoughts have just been kind of in the gutter with Nebraska football. Like it's been hard for me to just get over watching them play at the end of the month. So I'm not like in the mood with them right now to make some super optimistic pick. Not even like to say, oh, Nebraska's going to end their streak against ranked opponents. I think I've said that the last 2 years and it hasn't happened. I mean,
it could be a Nebraska ball one. I mean, they're a little bit closer to, we got to.
Could be Royals, Mitch.
Could be Royals.
I've done that with Nebraska basketball before too, where I've said they're going to end their streak and win an NCAA tournament game. And not that my word has anything to do with it. But I feel like it's not original if I were to predict that again.
Yeah, everybody will be doing that. That's fair.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to go. I'm going off. I'm not going to have it be basketball or football.
Okay.
I'll say, since this is on my mind, since it's what I was busy with for the last 4 or 5 days, Danny Busboom Kelly and Nebraska volleyball raised the trophy in San Antonio next December. How about that?
There you go.
All right.
There you go. That's a good first list item for next year's list.
And it was an optimistic thing. I've just been feeling the opposite of that, pessimistic. My watching Rule on Friday. I felt like I was taking a skeptic, the approach of a skeptic to everything that he was saying. When he said the 10 years thing, I was like, in 2013 they beat Penn State, Iowa, and Georgia in the same year. Penn State, Michigan, and it was Penn State, Michigan, and Georgia. Didn't seem like the program was dead then. But again, I'm not going to harp on that because I'm throwing the pessimism out for this moment, and I'm going to
for this moment. Plenty more time to be pessimistic, Mitch. Have no fear.
I feel like that's gonna carry over into 2026.
Oh,
and people forget, and I'm sure they will probably do the team reunion thing next year at the halftime of one of the games. But Nebraska was a top 10 football team during 2016. So
you think they'll have a 10-year reunion of the 2016?
Absolutely, absolutely. Mike Riley will be out there.
Oh, what are you celebrating?
Banker will be out there.
That was 62-3. Yeah. Right. Yeah, let's bring back Mike Riley and Mark Banker for sure. I like that. I like that idea. Can he come? Is he going to be allowed in the stadium?
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, we let Frank Solich back in. I don't know why we can't let Sean Eichhorst back in.
Oh, my God.
Can we have a 10-year reunion of the 2017 team just so Bob Diaco can come in 2027?
Please.
You can have him reenact his famous media briefing.
And then wear the Argyle sweater as well.
He can address the crowd with the lavalier mic and hold it up like a weirdo.
This run of reunions, anniversaries is kind of coming to an end. Although we will have the 30-year reunion of the '97 team coming up in a couple of years. So that's something to look forward to for Nebraska football.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch Sherman of the Athletic.
The 30-year reunion. All right.
Mitch, have a great holiday weekend. We'll talk to you next year.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Happy holidays.
Bye, Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of the Athletic. They should. I mean, they're doing all these reunions. They were a top 10 team, Josh. They were a top 10 team. They were undefeated through 7 games or 6 games or whatever the hell it was.
In 2016, they were. It was a great year. They were 7-0, top 10 team. They lost. They were still a top 10 team. And then everything went to hell.
Yep. All right. When we continue, John Walker is going to join us from Omaha.com, and we'll talk about the Jays who are playing here tonight. Airtime 6 o'clock with the pregame show, 7 o'clock tip-off against Utah Tech before the holidays on both 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. But football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Nebraska. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today and use promo code 1620TheZone to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Let's sink in what the last couple of games have brought for the Creighton Blue Jays, because tonight it's right back on the floor and what many coaches define as the ultimate trap game. It's the last game before a holiday break. It's a bye game. It's an opponent that not a lot of people have heard of. And sometimes these games, like Nebraska saw in the first half last night, can get a little tricky. It's Creighton and Utah Tech. We'll have all the coverage here on 1620 The Zone starting at 6. Tip-off is at 7. Happy to be joined by Omaha.com's John Walker, of course, covering the Jays. John, it's been quite an interesting last couple of games considering what things were looking like a little more than a week ago.
Yeah, I think the last time that we had talked on here, it was they have to go beat Kansas State. Like that's what we were saying. And then they didn't beat Kansas State. They led by 20 at home. Greg McDermott says that doesn't happen on our floor. It's embarrassing. It's unacceptable. And at that point, like, Creighton was definitely at a crossroads. Like, we talked at length about how important it was for this team to have that game because of what they had, or in their case, had not done in non-conference play. And they have completely flipped the script since then. Like, the team we have seen over the last 2 games is not the team we saw at Gonzaga. And I don't know if that would have made a difference, right? Like, Gonzaga is just a wagon. It's definitely not the team we saw shoot itself in the foot time after time in Las Vegas. And it's definitely not the team that we saw against Nebraska and against Kansas State. So Creighton has been at its best in the historic 41-point win at Xavier. And then on Saturday, in what eventually snowballed into a really big win over a pretty down bad Marquette squad, and that's putting it nicely. So yeah, Creighton has exploded on offense. They're averaging 91 points through the past couple of games. Their defense has been really, really, really locked in, and that's been crucial. Like, at surface level, you know, is it against Xavier and Marquette, 2 teams that have struggled and in Big East play will struggle offensively? Sure. But it has looked like Creighton basketball, and that is what you needed to see this time of year before break for a team that had 9 newcomers and then lost its starting power forward, and then had a redshirt freshman red shirt lifted, and then he gets hurt. And so, yeah, just with all of these things, like these past couple of games before break, to kind of have hope and momentum going into it, which they'll try and build on tonight, obviously, it was just huge for the Jays.
John, you hit on it, and I wanted to ask you about that level of competition, right? Like the losses that they've had against teams, all, of course, more highly ranked than Xavier and Marquette, and, you know, the Barts of the world, the Ken Palms of the world. Utah, we're not really going to learn anything in that regard tonight. And then things will get tougher, though, of course, when they get back into conference play. I'm wondering how you are trying to figure that out right now. Are they getting better? Were they playing worse teams? Probably a combination of the two, but what's the weight like for you?
Yeah, for sure, a combination of the two. True, and again, this is not to discredit anything that Creighton has done over the past week, but you look at it as a whole, and I know that they're not the same team they were then or on those days, but the fact of the matter is they have not shown at any point that they can hang with like the top talent of the country.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I know they're so different, or at least we think they're different now than they were then at Nebraska and in Vegas and at Gonzaga. But in my mind, and maybe this is just the skeptical journalist in me, like I can't think that you'll hang with one of those teams until you do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's fair. You know, the past couple of seasons, this team like beat Alabama, and then they beat Kansas last year. And so it was like, okay, yeah, they can positively hang with the top talent in the country. And we knew that before Christmas even. Obviously, to get a historic 41-point win at Xavier is like insane. Regardless of what I think Xavier is or will be. And the same goes for the Marquette win at home. But yeah, I think I currently slightly lean toward the quality of opponents the past week being a large part of it. Just because, again, like until this version of Creighton can show that they, can hang with those top teams, then I'll be searching for a reason to believe they can.
John Walker joining us from Omaha.com. We saw it with Nick Graves in the outburst on Saturday night. We've seen guys like Harper who have come, I'm talking about the guys who, quote unquote, were demoted. We've seen Harper come in and provide good minutes. We saw, even though his minutes still are in the mid-teens, we've seen better bursts at times from Owen Freeman. Is there a player among that group, or maybe it's somebody else, who in your mind holds the key to this turnaround, this apparent turnaround being real and sustainable?
I would probably say Nick Graves, to be honest, only because, and not only, but largely because, like, there are only so many options at point guard on this team. And it's either Ty Davis or Nick Graves. Like, they've gone to some stretches where they let Josh Dix run the point, and that's fine, as you should. Their metrics are really well in those lineups, in those situations. But, like, you have to have in this offense, we saw the past 4 years with Ryan Nembhard, Stephen Ashworth, how important it is to have a, like, bona fide point guard, a true point guard, running Greg McDermott's offense. And so I think it probably lies within Nick Graves out of those three guys, because they've gone to this Isaac Trout lineup, and Jason Green has played the 5. Again, they haven't run into a crazy good center. So, if they ran into Gonzaga next week, would Owen Freeman start? Maybe, probably, who knows, I guess. But the starting 5 that Greg McDermott is rolling with for the time being, that he has rolled with for 3 and I think will be 4 straight games, involves 4 returners and Josh Dix. And Nick Graves has thrived in a roll off the bench. Owen Freeman has certainly thrived in his roll off the bench. And Blake Harper has started to re-find his footing as well. So they're all 3 are crucial if this team wants to chase a 6th straight NCAA tournament. But I think Nick is probably the most important piece to this puzzle.
John, the story you wrote right before the game this weekend was titled "Why Creighton Basketball Can't Afford to and Didn't Savor Its Biggest Win Yet." That's available still on Omaha.com right now. You and like others, like we've spent a lot of time over the last few weeks talking like about mindset, searching for answers. Greg McDermott, I mean, this has been such an interesting season, hearing his quotes and how he's talking about this group.
No.
And, I keep wondering, like, is the message resonating? Is he trying to find different messages to resonate? Like, how do you think, a month and a half into the regular season now, longer, of course, going back into practices in September, how is all of that landing to, again, still this group that, hadn't played together until last month?
No, and that's entirely valid, because we knew, and we've talked about, I won't go too far into it because we have previously just ad nauseum, but like we knew that even last year, when you had 1 or 2 transfers in Pop and Jemiah, we were like, okay, it's going to take time for those guys to be who they're going to be in Creighton's system. And like, we knew that. And then you add on the fact that you have 9 of those guys to acclimate, like it was only going to further that process, whether it meant in volume or in time. And we've seen it in both, really, and that was the problem, is they were supposed to be talented enough to weather those early cohesion woes, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And they just weren't as talented, as cohesive at the time as Gonzaga, as Baylor, like definitely as Baylor. They look back at that game as one they could have had, and they probably should have had. But yeah, all of that to say, I think it's started to resonate, because when you hear these things and you're losing, you're like, why would I listen to this guy? Like, obviously what he's saying is not working. We're getting blown out at Nebraska and Iowa State. And so it's easy to be like, why would I listen to this? Right. And now that they've preached, keep the faith, keep the faith, keep the faith, do this, do this, do this, and it's worked, then you start to have guys buy in more. And you can tell that they've begun to do that fully, based on the way they've talked and the way Mac has talked recently, which is so different than, him like directly calling out his guys or challenging his guys in post-game pressers, and saying, I need guys who will consistently do what I ask them to do. He did that outwardly on 3 separate occasions, and he hasn't done it over the past couple of weeks. So I think that's a telltale sign that things are starting to shift. And then the underrated part of this too is, like, when Alan Huss came back, he ran a lot of the stuff throughout the summer. And Mac usually lets his assistants do that, but especially when you have somebody like Alan Huss, like, yeah, he has full trust to let Huss take the reins on that. And then when you get into the season, things change. It's like, okay, now Mac is the voice you hear most of the time, and Huss is still involved with that too, right? But it just changes. Things change once you get to October. And so as much as the players had to settle into Mac's system, like, Mac had to learn how to coach this group of players, because there was no Baylor Shireman on this team. There was no Ryan Kalkbrenner on this team. Like, Ty Davis and Jason Green, by all accounts, stepped up as leaders throughout the summer, but like, they're trying to settle into brand new roles as well. So just like all these new players had to settle in, Greg McDermott had to settle in a sense as well. And I think they have. That's what the past week would indicate. The past couple of games would tell you. But we'll really find out, guys, when they come back from Christmas break and they get Butler in what should be like a pivotal middle of the pack at this point, Big East game. And then they'll get another crucial game on the road at Seton Hall. And I think we'll know a lot more about this team after those 2 games as far as what their tournament hopes could look like the rest of the way.
John Walker, Omaha.com. John, we appreciate it as always. Thanks. We'll see you at the game tonight. And happy holidays.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, John.
That's John Walker joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. We will continue and have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct in a moment on 1620 The Zone.
The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Welcome back inside of CHI Health Center Arena. Nick, get the drop ready because guess who's practicing his shots again?
Uh-oh!
And unfortunately, I don't have my effects feed yet, so I can't hear it. But of course, we know what it sounds like. We know exactly. There it is. Oh, and he just did. Oh, it almost synced up with what happened in real time. Should we try to here? Let's turn the camera around to watch Connor. Let's see if we can sync it up. See if we can sync it up here, Connor. Take one of your famous threes here and miss it, but make sure you hit the rim. And got
it Good job by you, Happer.
Blow a kiss, Baylor.
Good job by you, Happer.
All right. Well, so we tried that. And then he proceeds to hit the rim on the next one. Of course he does. There it is. All right. In honor of Soft and Firm, which we introduced as part of the Husker season, but now that the Husker season's pretty much done, we have to find another. We have to repurpose it. We have to use it for something else. So I thought today with Soft and Firm, we will use it to identify those teams in the National Football League that we have confidence in versus the ones we don't. And these are, of course, among the playoff or playoff contending teams.
So there's still 9 teams that are contending in the AFC. There are 8 in the NFC. The Lions are still alive somehow. Even after yesterday's loss, the Lions do live to see another day.
Well, if they win out and the Packers lose out, then the Lions are getting in.
Which I guess could happen in theory. That is a possibility, but man, that would be yikes. That would be a tough look for the Packers. Do you want to go soft or firm first?
Well, I just thought I was going to alternate, but it doesn't matter to me. Go ahead with whatever you want to start with.
All right. I'm trying to figure out who I am most firm on. Firm.
Who are you most firm on?
Your Los Angeles Rams. Very firm on the Rams. Great coach, Hall of Fame level quarterback, maybe. Let's see if he wins another Super
what do you
Bowl.
mean maybe? He is. Hall of Fame,
go.
baby. Hall of Fame.
A lot to like about the Rams, right? Honestly, one of the biggest negatives, John, besides special teams, is you have no home field advantage, which, I do think that can work against you. That said, you're a dome team, which you wouldn't have to deal with the elements if you. Now you got to get to the 1 seed, but I also think they can travel.
The 1 seed. Yeah, thanks to the Packers choking the 1 seeds.
They almost won in the snow last week, or last season in the playoffs. So firm on the Rams.
I'm not really worried about the elements with the Rams. I think the game last year in Philly proved it. The fact that they fired Chase Blackburn over the weekend, if anything, that signifies to me just how serious they are. It's like, okay, because this was the one thing that I have been identifying as the biggest Achilles this team has, because they've literally lost 3 of their games this year because of gaffes, plural, in special teams.
It's terrible.
So the fact that they're addressing it now kind of shows me the level of, hey, we are in win now mode. We are absolutely in win now mode. So I agree. I'm firm on this. It's, now hopefully Devontae Adams comes back healthy after the hamstring. I don't think he's going to play the rest of the regular season. But if he can come back, because that's one thing they did miss. They weren't great. They were okay, but they weren't great in the red zone against Seattle. Now, one of the touchdowns should have counted, but the ref screwed us. But Devontae Adams has been the best red zone receiver in the NFL this year, and you're going to need that in the playoffs. So that's one area where I would be like, all right, stick a pin in that. Let's see.
Everyone's flawed though.
I'm going to go also firm on the Seattle Seahawks. Yeah, I know Sam Darnold is Sam Darnold, but I think there's enough good around him. And listen, they won the game as much as I hate to admit it. They won the game on Thursday night, and that was really a playoff adjacent game. And while he was not perfect, he was not great. I don't fault him for that last interception. Kobe Turner, it was just perfect defense. They played, they got the little zone blitz action going, pulled him back, and I think the throw surprised him. So while I'm certainly not putting Sam Darnold on the same tier as Matthew Stafford or Josh Allen or some of the other quarterbacks we're going to see in the playoffs. I think his play is good enough, and I think there's enough good around him. I think Walker, the running back, both their running backs are good, so they can carry a run game. And if they get home field advantage,
look out, it's tough.
That's usually a very, very good home field advantage. So I'm also firm on the Seattle Sea Chickens.
Firm on the Eagles. They're too talented. They're really good. They know how to turn it on. Blah 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 blah.
I am actually undecided on the Eagles, and if you pin me down and said pick a firm or soft, I'm going soft on the Eagles.
Really?
If you had to pin me down, I'm still not convinced with this team. I still think this team is deeply flawed.
They are.
I don't. Saquon is not the Saquon of last year. Yeah, it's been a little bit better here lately, but also consider some of the opposition that they've played. They're coming out of a bad division. I don't think I feel a lot better about at least 3 other NFC playoff teams than I do the Philadelphia Eagles. So I am. If you had to pin me down, I would say soft, but I am undecided right now on the Eagles, and I am also undecided on 3 other teams.
Okay,
the Jaguars, the Texans, and the Chargers. Now, again, if you had to pin me down, I would go soft on the Jags, soft on the Texans, firm on the Chargers.
Really? The Jaguars just went into Denver and you're still soft on them? If anything, yesterday changed my opinion to a solid firm on Jacksonville.
I need to see more.
They went into Denver. That team hadn't lost since what? October?
Yeah,
September?
But also Denver's been playing with fire, right? They've been very close.
Yeah, but you've been praising the Broncos. You can't suddenly say, it didn't matter.
I have. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but I still
They
need
won
to
on the
see
road,
more.
too. That's the big thing for me with Jacksonville yesterday. Beating Denver is one thing. Doing it in Denver at altitude, that place has owned teams this year, and they whooped them. They dominated that football game. I'm a definitive firm.
I guess I'm trying not to overreact to one game.
I mean, they've also won how many games in a row now? I mean, this isn't.
Well, but outside of Denver, who if they beat?
They beat the Colts and they beat the Chargers by 29 points.
Injured Colts.
Sure, but they beat the Chargers by 29 points.
But again, a lot of the teams in the AFC, I would lean more to the soft category right now because I just don't think it's a good conference this year.
So I think I'm firm on 2 of those 3 that you mentioned. I'm firm on Jacksonville. I'm firm on Houston. Houston's defense too good. It's going to be a pain in the ass for somebody. I would lean soft on the Chargers, and that's just because of all the injuries. Sorry, Chargers. I love you, Jim Harbaugh. Soft.
I would go the other way on the Chargers simply because they have Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
And that's a team that's
going to help them.
I think that's a West Coast team that could play in the elements if necessary, if they have to play a game in the elements, which they might if they end up going to Pittsburgh. And just the general tenor, the Texans, I agree with you. I mean, their defense is really good.
Defense is awesome.
Offensively, they're still not great.
Yeah. I'll give you a couple more soft teams in the AFC that I mean, first of all, Ravens, Colts, obviously, they're not probably going to make the playoffs, so we can throw them out there. Steelers, no way, no chance in hell. They're not going to go on a run. Throw the Steelers away. Throw them in the trash. I'm firm then on Broncos, Patriots, Bills, Jaguars, and Texans in the AFC. I think all those teams could go on a nice run. All of them.
I am only firm on the Broncos in the AFC.
That is crazy.
That is not crazy.
So you only think the Broncos could win the AFC?
Not this, yeah, but we can't say. I'm looking at this more like, can they go the whole distance? Someone's got to come out of the AFC.
Yeah, I've been looking at this as come out of their conference.
Yeah, I guess I was looking at it more as coming out.
So you're saying the whole damn thing?
Winning the Super Bowl.
Oh man, that's a short.
But that's fine. But yeah,
I wouldn't put the Eagles in
of winning
there.
the conference. If you want to change it, sure. I still wouldn't put the Patriots in there. I think they've not been challenged much this year. That wasn't a great Ravens team that they beat last night. The Ravens had a 2-score lead in the fourth quarter. And it was without Lamar Jackson.
That's true. What about the Bears and the Niners? 2 teams we haven't mentioned yet.
Soft on the Niners again. Haven't played anybody, and too many injuries. I know coaching is really good.
Coaching is awesome,
but got to have a defense. And they have been feasting on low-level teams for weeks now, since the Rams, basically blew them out in their own home stadium.
What about the Bears?
I am firm on the Bears.
I'm firm on both of those 2 teams, by the way.
I am firm on the Bears. I think Caleb Williams he's playing with that level of confidence right now that he has taken the next step. yes, he can still be a little tricky, a little dangerous, but sometimes, you're always gonna be a little bit of a roll of the dice with someone like that. But some of the throws that he made, some of the plays he made the other night, and what he's been doing here down the stretch, I don't know. The Bears just have the look of one of those teams where if there's one team that can make that run that you don't expect, it's the Chicago Bears.
That'd be pretty funny. I'd be
I'm not
happy for
saying they
Stibbs'
will.
dad. I'm not either,
saying
Mike
they will.
Schaefer. I'm not either, Mike Schaefer.
I'm not saying they will.
But they could.
Especially if, like Seattle, if they get the 1 seed.
You know what
and they get to play in Chicago in front of that crowd and it's going to be cold in Chicago. You never get a nice day in Chicago in January.
Chilly.
Ever. It's always cold. It's always windy. I for those reasons, I would say firm on the Bears.
John, we can't say that the Bears will win the NFC, but we can say that Michael Severe will join us.
And wow, this is.
Wow.
I mean, I believe are the Saints undefeated in December?
They are firm on the Saints. Firm on the Saints. Very firm on the Saints.
I am very firm on the Saints not having the number 1 overall pick.
Good job by them.
Very firm on the Saints not getting the number 1 overall pick.
Good job.
All right, Michael Severe Monday coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
From your mom.
I don't know. I don't like that severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry. This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it a surprise that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color.
I don't care about fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell.
Michael's black.
And we were setting up this next weekend in the NFL for 2 epic games. Now, we still get 1, but we could have had 2. Hear me out. We're going to get the battle for the number 1 draft pick this week between the Raiders and the Giants. They're playing this week. They're 2-13. But do you know that also next week you had the Titans and the Saints? And now the Titans kind of screwed themselves by beating the crap out of Kansas City. But the Saints, Michael, when my son told me what the Saints score was yesterday, I fell out of my chair. I was like, they have gone completely the opposite direction. They are determined not to tank the rest of the way. What has gotten into your team?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear anything you said there. Could you repeat it? Yeah, I don't. You know, what am I gonna do? What are you gonna do? I don't know.
This could have been a number 1 draft pick game, Titans and Saints, and now.
Well, I think over the course of the last, 3 weeks, you had the Raiders, the Giants, the Titans, the Jets, the Saints, all those teams vying for it, and then now the Saints are out of it. But the Jets could still get it done. Good for the Jets.
They're trying.
The Jets need it. Mike Sauter needs it. Jets need it. Are we going to talk now about how the University of Utah got completely jobbed on the Joe Moore Award? I mean, what? I want to talk awards. I'm ahead of an award, and it's ridiculous.
How many
seriously,
do you vote for, Michael?
Okay, I don't vote for the Joe Moore. Okay, because that's offensive lineman.
You got Heisman.
So I vote for the Heisman. I vote for the AP. All the first team and second team. I vote for that. I vote for the Outland. I vote for the Lombardi. I vote for the Lou Groza. Maxwell, a lot, but I don't vote for the Joe Moore. But you cannot tell me that Iowa, who had a good offensive line, possibly 2 first-round picks. Utah has 2 first-round picks, better rush offense, gave up fewer sacks, is a better offensive line, and when they win against another team that had a really good offensive line, that offensive line, Oregon, whipped Iowa's butt. So how do you even give Iowa this award over Oregon or Utah? I don't understand. I'm pissed.
It doesn't make any sense, Michael. John was saying the same thing to me. He kept sending emails to me this morning.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's meant for Michael Severe, not me.
Yeah, I mean, look. Iowa had a good offensive line. I get it. You got a great player, but Utah has the Outland Trophy winner, a 2nd first-round pick, 2nd in the country in rushing, only gave up like 11 sacks, and had a bunch of injuries on offense and still was efficient. At what point did you say to yourself, man, at Iowa, boy, efficient offense. Ooh, look at them. Good. They're efficient.
I never thought
against Nebraska. Besides Nebraska.
Yeah, Black Friday, they were pretty efficient. Pretty efficient.
Well, if anything, this is just another reason why Utah is going to have all the motivation in the world to go kill somebody this next week because,
oh my
God, we didn't win the Joe Moore.
Yeah, both those guys aren't playing, though. They're not playing.
Do this one for our linemen.
Yeah.
I was actually going to ask you about that, Michael. I mean, is there any hope, even without their top 2 tackles, that Nebraska can exploit the fact that those 2 guys won't be on the field?
I think it's the other way. You have to hope that between Phil Snow and Matt Rule with his hat on backwards, Matt, and those guys, Phil Simpson, all those guys, that they can figure something out, that there was poor coaching, and they can get those defensive linemen to play better and, do the 4 things you have to do. You have to hold the point of attack. You got to set the edge. You got to fill or spill, right? from the second level. So if you do those things better because you have better coaching, then that is certainly a chance. I mean, Utah will not be as good of an offensive line without having the Outland Trophy winner and a possible late first-round pick in there. So, yeah, they won't be as good, but can Nebraska take advantage of it with their defensive line, which they haven't shown us to be able to do, and against a mobile quarterback, which obviously they didn't show going back to the week 1.
Hey, Michael, John and I have talked plenty about it, how we don't really care. We're not, this isn't going to tell us anything. I was trying to think of an argument against myself and against John over the weekend.
Because it's football. You're winning something.
Sure,
you get a trophy. If there's a trophy available, I want it.
Yeah.
It's not about that. It's more about,
taking something away from it.
Oh, yeah, it matters.
Yeah,
eight wins matters compared to 7 wins. It just does.
What do you think about this? What do you think about like culture? Like the vibes right now are at the very best weird, and at the very worst, they are kind of awful. Like you come back from this break, this layoff, that ass whooping against Iowa, the ass whooping against Penn State, and you show up. Like, does that tell you something about the culture that has been established or is being established?
See, I thought the vibes were getting better until Friday's news conference. I thought the vibes were moving in the right direction. I thought the vibes had grabbed onto a groove and they were starting to get a little freaky. That's what I thought was happening. But then after that news conference, I was like, dude, relax. It's a reset. You can call it whatever you want. It's certainly not a tweak unless you're going to get down and grab your knees and put your butt in the air. That's the only tweaking that could have been happening. Yeah, twerking and tweaking. Listen, whatever he thought he was saying in that situation, I think he was just upset for some reason. I don't know. Maybe he had to eat some of that gluten-free food that the rest of his family has to eat, and maybe that upset him. I don't know. But he reacted poorly to Sip's question. That's the last thing you need to say there. Now, maybe he's thinking to himself, well, I got to go out and I got to get all these guys to come in the portal. And so I can't make it seem like it's a reset. But you fired 2 of your major 5 coaches. You lost your quarterback. You're losing the leading rusher in the Big Ten. It's a reset. It just is. You can call it a rebuild. You can call it a reset. It's not just tweaking and twerking or whatever it is. Not that. It's not.
No.
The vibes were fine before that.
Yeah, I think it's almost like sometimes Matt Rule is just a little too plugged in.
Yes,
no doubt.
And he's because the funny thing is, it was kind of in the way that Sip asked the question, because Sip was the only person that I actually saw put the word reset in print or
he's been saying it for a long time. Yeah,
and then of course he asked the question in such a way where it made it sound like a lot of people were using the word reset, and maybe they had. I don't know. But just in the way he reacted to it was like, dude, seriously, what difference does it make? It's just a word at this point. And if anything, if you do acknowledge, hey, it's a reset, that's a way you can sell it to other players. It's like, hey, this is what we need to be. This is what, and you can be a part of that. You can help us do that. But when you switch out a coordinator, you switch out your O-line coach, and you're bringing in all these new faces and all these new bodies, and you're going to have a new starting quarterback. I mean, there's no tweaking going on here.
Hey, you know who's writing about reset now after that? Everybody. After saying what he said, now I just Googled it to see every single major publication has something in there with this quote, and it's talking about a reset.
But
he
it's
could have
just for the clicks.
Spun that. He could have spun that much better. I think maybe he was just like Josh said, maybe he was too plugged in and had seen it or something. I don't know. But what you're doing right now in year 4 is not just a little something. It's a lot. This is a big thing. When you replace the defensive coordinator you just appointed last year, and when you replace the only guy you held over from the other staff, and when you replace a 1-year defensive line coach, and when your 5-star ties to the program quarterback decides to bail and doesn't, much like Anthony Davis, doesn't apologize to the city of New Orleans or the program in Nebraska. It's only been 6 or 7 years since Anthony Davis. We don't forget. All I'm saying is that with all that happening, I think he could have handled that question better, and he's usually really good at it. He's usually great at handling questions like that. I think he made it worse with what he said.
Michael, what do you think about him leaning into being Matt and being a backwards hat wearing defensive line coach? And obviously,
I seriously believe that there's nothing as important as coaches being in those rooms. I talked about this with the special teams. When the head coach is in that room, the special teams, it automatically makes the special teams more important, right?
Sure.
The head coach is in here. He's checking it out. And I believe that's the case. And if you're really good at position coaching, whether you are Bo Pelini with the secondary, or you're Nick Saban with the secondary, or you're whomever, John Harbaugh in the NFL with the special teams. I mean, if you're really good at doing that, then you should be able to stick your head in the room and get down there on the field. And I'm glad he's doing that. They obviously needed the help. They needed the help last year. And it is kind of weird that he didn't think a first-time, full-time defensive line coach with a guy who they basically was a high school coach were given this with a guy who hadn't been a defensive coordinator for over a decade. And you don't think they needed help then? I'm surprised that he didn't think he needed help last year, and he wasn't in there last year. That's what kind of surprises me. And obviously, every time, and this is one of the good things about Matt Rule, when he thinks he did something wrong or sees that something went wrong, he moves quickly to fix it.
So when it comes to going after a portal quarterback, how important is it that they identify what it is they want to be on offense before they go after the quarterback, or are you still going to tweak whatever it is you do offensively based on who you can get out of the portal?
Well, Holgorsen said, what they want is, combined with Coach Rule said about bringing in a playmaker and what Coach Holgorsen said, I think he is going to, whatever quarterback he's going to get, he's going to tweak his offense to fit that quarterback. But you do have to have a basis in what you want to run. So right now, currently, you've got an offensive line coach who is a big zone guy, right? Big zone guy.
16-20 or the blocking scheme?
Both the in zone and outside and unsportsmanlike conduct zone.
Awesome.
All those zones.
Awesome.
That's what he does. And he likes that. And so that's what you're going to run as your run scheme. You bring in an offensive line coach because you like his scheme. That's what you're running. Now, on the other side of that, you would hope that the mesh concepts and the occasional four verts and all the stuff that comes from what Holgorsen has done over his 25 years of being a coordinator or a head coach, you hope that gets mixed in. Your run game coordinator is going to handle one of that. Your pass game coordinator, which is Holgorsen, will handle the other side of that, and then you mesh it together. The quarterback you have to get is simply someone who has the ability to move in the pocket and be functionally mobile, period. That's all you have to do. You don't have to go out and get a guy who is labeled dual threat when he was coming out on Rivals or 24/7. You have to go out and get a guy who runs a 4-4. You don't have to go out and get any of that stuff. You got to find a guy who can play the position of quarterback while being really good in the pocket and being able to be functionally mobile, that when you need 5 yards, you go out and get 6. When you need 6 or 7 yards, you can go get 8. That's what you have to have. And Mendoza's the perfect example of that. How many times you see Mendoza when they got inside the 10-yard line? I think he had maybe 4 touchdown rushes and had a bunch more first down runs because that's what he was. He was functionally mobile. TJ Lateef is functionally mobile. He will tell you he's not a dual threat. He's a guy that wants to stay in the pocket, move around the pocket, and occasionally run. That's what you want. That should be the system.
What do you think about the idea of an Aiden Childs?
So I don't know where he is mentally. If you go back to his first year as a full-time starter and go back to that Iowa game, which impressed the hell out of me, and that's what I base my thoughts of what Michigan State could be this year was based off of that Iowa game last year. And you watch the way he played and the way they ran offense, he looked incredible. He threw the ball well, ran when he had to. They ran a lot of zone read stuff. This year, he got so beaten up physically that I think it messed him up mentally. He took that horrible shot against Nebraska. That wasn't the only time he left. I think he left the game 3 different times during the season. He just could never get the psychological makeup to match up with being physically healthy. So if you talk to him and you determine that he feels okay, both physically and mentally, then I think he's talented enough. He's got a really good arm. He's functionally mobile, like I talked about. He could actually give you some 30 or 40-yard runs if he had to. I think he fits in what they want, but I just don't know if he's going to ever be right again after the way he looked this season.
Is there I don't know if you're more of a, hey, let's go out and just get the best available, or a budget guy, but is there a budget guy that like, hey, this guy could work. This guy could come in. You just need someone that can press or push TJ a little bit, or at least be maybe capable of being the backup? Is there a budget-friendly option right now that you like, knowing that Nebraska is probably going to have to get two now because Davila's gone, and so you're down to one scholarship dude.
One of those guys could be one of these local guys that went off someplace else that now is around out there, and maybe that's the guy is your third guy, not the guy coming in and necessarily challenge TJ Lateef, but coming in as an emergency guy. I don't have a problem with some of the names so the Harvard guy. I think the Harvard guy, Craig, I think he's skillful. I don't know what he'd look like at another level up, but I know when I watched him, especially in the middle to the late of the season, he got better as he was going along. I watched some of
mobile, right?
Huh?
He's just not mobile, right?
He's not a runner. He's good in the pocket. He's not a runner. And he did take, I think he took 16 sacks, something like that, based off of the schedule they're going against and the other Ivy League schools he's going against. I think I'd want to have a lower sack number than that. I watched some of the ODU guy, the Old Dominion quarterback. He looks like he's talented. I don't have a problem with going down into Division I AA. Seen it enough. Iowa, whatever you want to say about their offense, it worked going out and getting that guy.
He's a D2 guy, and he's in the quarterfinals of the
exactly.
playoffs.
Fair. You don't think the only Ferris State I ever thought about was in hockey, right? They played UNO a lot back in the day. That's the only Ferris State I know about. And all of a sudden, you got a quarterback coming out of Ferris State. But no, I don't have a problem with going down a level or maybe even two levels, like Josh said. You just got to bring the guys in, and I think the interview part is the most important. They understand what they're coming into. You sit there with Holgerson, you have him asking questions, you put him on the whiteboard, and you find out if this guy is capable of running your system in the Big Ten if he had to. And that's a lot of questions, a lot of talking. That's a lot. Maybe Matt Rule takes him to a Little League game or something, and they do that. I don't know, but they've got to figure out how they are mentally and if they're capable of walking into the Big Ten and leading a program to 9 wins. You can talk about whatever you want about reset and how tough the schedule is. People want this team to win more games. They want them to win more games. You're eventually going to have to get to 9 eventually. And, bring in the quarterback that can help you get there.
Do you think they're going to be able to do enough this offseason to make that at all feasible with next year's schedule? And of course, it's on paper right now. Everything can change. But one thing we can for sure guarantee is the 3 Big Ten playoff participants are on the schedule, and I can guarantee that 2 of them, Oregon and Ohio State, are going to still be really, really good because I know how to recruit. And I think we should put Indiana in that bucket too. I just wonder if they're going to be able to do enough over the next however many months to make this all kind of matter next year.
I think that you can go in the portal. Remember the conference? Let's go back to the beginning of the season. We were talking about Oklahoma. You and I talking about Oklahoma.
Yeah, I was going to.
And and I love Mateer, but that's not all they did. They went out and got Mateer, sure, but they also shored up both the offensive line and defensive line. And they were coming off of 6 wins the year before, right?
6 or 7, yeah.
6 or 7 wins. So that does show you that if you go out and get the right guys, you can make a turnaround, and you could sneak your way into the college ball playoff. Can Nebraska do that? They have to get much better at coaching up and developing the young players they have on their roster. A lot of the guys that are on Indiana's roster, we talk about the guys that came in, but they got a lot of guys they built through the program. They've been there 3 years. They've been there 2 years with Signetti. That's what's got to happen. You got to be able to develop those guys. Riley Van Poppel's got to play like Riley Van Poppel looked last year.
Yeah.
Keelan Davis has got to take the next step that we all thought we were going to see coming. Winery's got to play like he played early in the season and then take it up another level. You're going to have to go out and find another offensive tackle. You're going to have to go out and find another guard or 2 guards. You're going to have to go out, and I don't mean a shooting guard. You got to go out and find guys who can block. And if you can do all of that, I think they have enough guys in terms of their depth and youth to be able to secure, but you got to go out and get those the portal people first. It's not an easy job, and that's why they're paying. What are they paying Pat Stewart? Like the same amount of money that they paid Captain Picard?
It's $800, right?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of money. So go out and earn your money. I know Dr. Eliza's. She's brilliant. She got a lot of connections in Texas. You bring in a guy in Jeep Wade who's got players he could bring in. You bring in a guy who was a defensive coordinator who's got connections. Maybe they can bring some players in. It should be easier this year to bring players in than it was last year because you didn't necessarily have guys who had connections like they do. Orich has connections, and Wade has connections, and so at least you maybe would bring some of those guys in who were the ones that they already coached for you, already played for you.
Alabama came back. They beat Oklahoma. 4. Remember, I need 4. 4. I'm sorry, I was talking to.
Come on,
Fedor.
John,
I need
focus.
4-3.
Orange whip, orange whip, orange whip, orange whip,
Orange whip. 3 orange whips.
Yeah.
Alabama comes back from 17 down. Maybe the bigger surprise to me, not that I didn't think these teams played good defense, but the fact that the A&M Miami game was such a slugfest, and I know there was a lot of missed field goals, for 4 quarters and then gets blown open at the very end, was probably the bigger surprise to me. But what was your biggest takeaway from opening playoff weekend?
I would like to investigate the bank accounts of a few of the Sooners. If we could do that. I mean, goodness gracious, dude. Come on. They're up 17-0.
That dropped 17-7. Yikes.
And Mateer throws that ball where he could have run for the first down, but he sees the guy cutting across and he makes that throw, and the running back drops it.
Yeah.
I'm like, and then the punter like literally drops the ball as he's going to kick it.
Yep.
They used to do a drill back when the strain, you feel the strain when he was here, where they would have their punters drop the ball so they could pick it up really quickly and punt it. I thought it looked like he was doing, like he dropped it on purpose. It was just Alabama's not that good. Oklahoma should have won that game. You can never convince me of anything else. The Miami A&M game went exactly like I thought. I had the first half under, had the game under. It went just like I thought. Those two defenses matching, and Miami. So this is a good thing to talk about. Miami's secondary struggled early, and listen to me for a second. Their head coach got with their defensive coordinator, and they did some tweaking during the season, and the defensive secondary got better.
Wow.
Crazy. And they got so much better that by the time A&M got there, they are one of the best secondaries in the country, along with having 2 pass rushers that are very fierce. So you combine those 2 things together. Obviously, A&M struggled. Look, man, Marcel Reese is not a top-level quarterback, and maybe he becomes one. He's just not. He can't make the throws that you have to make to beat a secondary like that.
God, he
had the opportunity.
I mean, even on the quick smoke route, he was behind everybody.
Yeah.
It was taking guys out of their rhythm. It was
even the interception at the end. The interception at the end is behind him. It's late and behind him. Yeah.
It felt kind of like, when Adrian would struggle doing that, where it was like, dude, you got to get it.
Anticipate.
When the guy, you got to move it. You got to get the guy moving forward. And it was frustrating to watch because I thought the plays were there.
Yeah.
But he couldn't be on time, on target.
And again, as a person that is, as a romantic at heart, or a person who loves stories, I mean, the Mark Fletcher story is incredible. He lost his dad a year ago.
Yeah.
His mom.
Seeing his mom.
Needs to get over not being able to fly. Driving from Miami to Cal.
Insane.
That is ridiculous. I mean, come on, lady. You're destroying the ozone. What are you doing here? Get on a plane. No, seriously. The story's incredible. I got choked up hearing him talk about it. I remember watching the piece they did on Game Day. It was incredible. So I feel good for them. I have nothing against either one of the teams, although I will say I've never been treated. It's close between Boston and in College Station in terms of racism. The level of the 2 places were incredible.
Really? College Station.
Oh my God. Yeah. And they have a train track. And on one side of the train track is Bryant. And on the other side of the train track is College Station. And no should be crossing over unless you're going to school there. Like I told you, I covered a Klan rally there 2 days after covering Spike Lee speaking there to a group of students.
Wow.
The same weekend, Friday and Sunday. Anyway, yeah, so that I've never been a huge fan of A&M, but that it was a fun game to watch if you love defense and you love missed field goals. No, but the Alabama-Oklahoma game was the one that pissed me off because I believed in Oklahoma. I thought they could win that game. They did everything to start to win the game. You got the lead you have, and then to just blow it away the way you did.
Without a good running game.
23 yards. 23 yards.
Without a good running game, Oklahoma's defense should have suffocated them.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Michael,
Pick 6, block.
Along the lines of like what you said a few minutes ago, we talked about Oklahoma in the offseason. I ended up being way wrong on them. They spend some money, they get Mateer, they make the playoffs. So like on paper, right, it all works. A&M, season of generations. They haven't had a season this good since World War II. And both of the seasons end in horrifying fashion at home. Which fan base do you think comes out of this weekend feeling worse? Is it Oklahoma because it's like, crap, we pushed all the chips into the table with Venables, and there still might be questions about if he's the guy. Meanwhile, A&M, they did what they did, and then they lost to their rival, and then they put 3 points up at home in a playoff loss. Which fan base would feel worse?
I think it's A&M because you can joke around all you want about, the past and history. At least Oklahoma has some history. A&M won that volleyball tournament. I believe they've only won 2 team titles in the last 80 years. Is that correct? Because they won like a women's basketball and like a volleyball, or maybe track and field. Take track and field out of it. I think in terms of the organized pay-for-play sports, I don't think they've won a title other than like women's basketball. Maybe they won a Southwest Conference or something, and then they won this volleyball one.
Let's see.
So they're not a school of champions.
They're not a school of champions.
If we're taking out
track and field, they were really good.
They got a lot of track titles.
They're very good at that.
Tennis won their first one last year.
No. Football, basketball, baseball.
Women's basketball 2011.
That's the one. So 2011.
And that's it.
And that's it, right? So I mean,
that's it.
At least Oklahoma can say, hey, you know what? We've been champions. We are a legendary program. A&M had to put like co-divisional finalists on the new stadium when they built it. Remember that?
I forgot about that.
Remember that? I mean, that's who A&M is. So I would say it probably hurts A&M.
Yeah, it's a school of losers.
Yeah. And they were always on that list. I had this list forever, and it was Missouri, Clemson, and A&M. At least A&M had Texas, and Clemson, you could say they had South Carolina. Missouri really had nobody in their state they had to worry about. Yeah. But those were 3 programs that had all this money. You thought they could get over it. Clemson finally did it.
Yep.
A&M got close. Missouri won 2 SEC East titles, I think.
Yeah, they've been to a couple conference titles. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's it. Those are places that should contend, especially in this era where if you spin, you can win. They should be able to. Yeah.
All right. So what's on the holiday menu? What is Michael making?
Question.
What is Michael making for the next? I guess you're probably cooking 48 hours straight.
I cook, I cook every day for the most part. But so we are having a 10-pound prime rib that I just went and picked up from Just Good Meats. Shout out to Just Good Meats. Went up, picked that, and then I make a number of breakfast casseroles. So I make one that we pleasantly call Tater Tot Hot Bitch. We make that because
Tater Tot Hot Bitch.
Thanksgiving once. My friends' in-laws thought that I said, hey, great tater tots, you hot bitch. Where actually I said, great tater tot hot dish. I talk fast.
That's a fun tradition.
Making that, as always. I make Christmas potatoes, where it's called that because it's red potatoes sliced with green chilies and then cream and white cheese. So it's red and green Christmas potatoes. And then we'll have a couple ones that are just regular, like bacon, sausage, egg, cheese, a couple casseroles for that. My sister-in-law, she brings over this like blueberry French toast casserole thing. It's a little too sweet for me, but people love it. So she brings that over. That's pretty much it. We'll have that for what day is it? Thursday morning.
Are you Christmas Eve or a Christmas morning presents family?
So Christmas Eve we go to church, and we go to eat, right? We go to eat every year for 15 years.
The Chinese place?
Do you know, John? I've told you.
You probably have, but I forgot.
Yeah. So we go to Cheesecake Factory
really?
after church.
That's right. Yes.
After church, we go to Cheesecake Factory every year for 15 years. It's our little tradition. Still not as great as the Andy Kindy tradition of going to get cheeseburgers and hamburgers.
Going to get cheeseburgers at McDonald's.
Still the greatest tradition of all time. Yeah.
And much easier menu to read.
Yes, definitely much easier menu. And so we'll do that. Then we'll come back. And that's when my wife and I will go upstairs. We'll wrap presents. Usually runs. It won't be as. It used to go to like midnight, 1 a.m., but not as much anymore because the kids are older.
Nice when the kids get older. They don't have to get every present under the sun.
Exactly. Makes it a little bit easier. And then we'll get up early Christmas morning. The kids will open some of their presents and they'll go into their. Growing up, did you have stockings?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I never heard of that. We never had stockings growing up. And then so we have stockings. They'll open their stockings. And then the family will come over. We'll eat like 10:30, 11. And then once everybody's done eating, by the way, I got 2 pies from the City Cafe in Newman Grove. Got 2 of those.
Nice.
Yeah, got the Toll House one and got this raspberry crumble.
Oh,
picking those up from over at Paisans. And so after we're done eating and everything, we hand out the presents to everybody. Everybody that's there. So we do it
that
way.
sounds awesome.
Yeah, and my mom will be here this year, of course, for us.
Awesome.
So she'll be there. It'll be awesome. And we got family pictures taken about 3 weeks ago. That was a joy. So
that's one word for it.
Yeah, that was our first family pictures we've ever taken.
Like a place where you do it. Yeah. Man, we haven't done it in years.
Yeah, we hadn't. We did one for when Miles was born. We did one for Miles, basically. But since then, we had never done them. No, so we did those. Yeah, it was great. Yeah. Hey, is Creighton gonna win tonight?
They better. I haven't even seen what the number is.
It's got to be in the 29s, 30s, right? Because last night,
I don't think it's that big.
Last night it was 28.5 for Nebraska, wasn't it?
Yeah, but Nebraska's good this year, Michael.
Oh, that's cold-blooded. But they're playing a better team.
19.5.
That's it, huh? Oh,
Actually,
Creighton's gonna cover that.
Actually, I haven't seen him yet, but I might argue that Utah Tech is better than either of the 2 Dakota teams.
Remember Dakota though? They beat who they beat? Winthrop. Who they beat? They beat somebody that gave Nebraska.
I believe it was Winthrop. Yeah,
Winthrop. Right? Yeah, Winthrop. I said Winthrop, but then I watched Trading Paces the other day, and I thought, wait a minute, am I thinking of Winthrop? Yeah, it's different. So they lost to Arizona State by 15. They lost to Arizona by 36.
For who?
Utah Tech. Lost to Arizona by 30. Arizona State by 20. By 16. Lost to Manhattan by 5.
The Project?
Yeah, Manhattan Project. And lost to Hawaii by 6. They did beat Noble University. Isn't that where Donald Trump wants to get? Oh, Nobel. Sorry.
No, he's got his own. He's got his own university.
Trump University. Nobel is what I was thinking about. I had to put that in there because
roll tonight, huh, Michael?
I got to put that in there because every time I do one of these segments, I get all the people coming in and jumping on me.
Yeah. Oh, they were so pissed at you last week. I saw
they
that.
They were. You know what made me feel better though is that all the girls from the team apparently unfollowed her on the gram. Did you see that?
That's funny.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, because you never followed her.
I never followed her, right? Yeah. So that happens. That happens sometimes when your teammates who you call a family.
Dylan unfollowed Rule. That's how it goes, I guess, these days.
He unfollowed Rule, and then somebody else really big too. That's tied to the program.
But he didn't put out a statement or a thank you note.
Oh my God!
I am kind of surprised. I think so. I got asked about that today at the butcher shop, and I said I think when he does determine where he's going to go, like when he officially goes in the portal on the 2nd, I think he'll put something out then. Because
that might be another poem.
No, it will not be. He didn't write that poem, right? That poem was written before him.
My dad knows the person who wrote that poem. Yeah, it was on Facebook.
Yeah, and then he decided to copy it. I mean, I would have taken something from, I don't know, James Weldon Johnson or somebody from, I don't know, Scott Frost would have probably had a better poem than that poem, or that's not Scott Frost, it's a different Frost. Anyway, all I'm saying is don't just take poems off of YouTube or Facebook or whatever like that.
Good take, Michael.
You got to apologize, though. But remember, Anthony Davis has still not said goodbye and apologized to the city of New Orleans. So
there you go.
All right. Well, have a very, very Merry Christmas. And have you decided you're not going to the bowl?
I'm not going to the bowl. We talked about it on Monday, and I can't make it work. I just can't. It's too difficult. Everywhere, it'd be too hard. I think if I thought that they had more of a chance and it would be fun, that maybe I would have been like, yeah, let's go. But I don't know if it's going to be fun.
See, I can't imagine you wanting to be in Las Vegas on New Year's Eve, even if you are going to a football game.
All I know is that there's sports books there, right? Are there sports books there? I would have found something to do.
But there's also gobs and gobs of people.
I don't mind doing that. You can go on the line and do it. I like sports books. I would have said it a sports book. I would have done that. But the whole covering of the team, I don't know if practice would have been open, if it could have gone to practice or what. So I just decided not to. Maybe next year when they go to, I don't know where they go, the Citrus Bowl or something like that.
No, Detroit.
John,
Why do
shut
you
up.
keep
We got to go
pushing
to break.
Detroit so
My
much?
God. Shut
Why
up,
are you-
John. We got to go to break.
Bye-bye. See you guys.
Merry Christmas, Michael.
Merry Christmas.
Cleveland is where I
That
want to
was
go.
the most Midwestern goodbye I've ever seen from you.
Uh-huh.
No, I just wanted to ask him if he was going to the bowl game. That's all.
Yeah. Well,
Jeez.
now, John, what you need to ask him is if
Is?
he is logged on to Underdog Fantasy. Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. John, the season rolls on. The season almost over. Maybe you got a player that you like, that you dislike. Well, you know that if you hop on that Underdog Fantasy app in Nebraska right now, you can find players high or lower on a variety of stats for those games on Christmas Day. Touchdowns, fantasy points, rushing yards, and so much more.
And right now, you can get Underdog Unwrapped. You can unwrap tons of promos all throughout the holidays. We got boosters, gimme picks, and a whole lot more. And you can pick them right here in Nebraska. So download the app today. Use promo code 1620TheZone. Score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620TheZone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, as we're getting closer to shifting over to our Creighton pregame coverage at the top of the hour with Austin Jacobson. Let's get to some other topics today as we get into content with the very normal Nick Grim.
His voice sounds incredible, folks. Let's hear it.
You could say Georgetown's coach lost his coolie Saturday night versus Xavier.
Good Lord.
How did he react? By firing a water bottle into the crowd where he hit a kid.
It hit Messiah and his mom. So, definitely out of character for me to be so frustrated. But really, that's not called for, and I'll call them and make amends to that. Just totally out of character, of frustration. So I apologize to the fans. I apologize to our players, university. Totally out of character for me to be that way.
Do you agree with Georgetown's 1-game suspension?
It probably should be more. I mean, they're playing Coppin State. Here's another, pre-holiday bye game.
Sure.
So we had this game. We knew it was coming final when we were at the end of our game, and I were watching it. And as I was watching it, I was like, whoa, did he just fire something into the crowd? What did he do? And then, of course, we're coming back from break, so I had no chance to really follow up on it. Realize that in a building of 20,000, where there was maybe 1,000 people there, that he hit one of the smallest targets possible with his water bottle. But I don't think I think this should be more than a 1-game suspension. I mean, think about it. If the rolls are and hit a coach or hit a player or hit a referee, that fan is suspended for life.
Yeah, they're banned.
Now, I'm not saying Cooley should be banned for life, but it should be more.
Yeah, I'm with you. And we're going to talk about DK Metcalf in a few moments. Like, looking at like percentages, college basketball, of course, the regular season is going to be longer than an NFL regular season. It seemed like, especially with it being a bye game, at least a conference game. I mean, just pretty wild to do that. Like, he cocked back. It had to have been empty, right?
Or half empty, because it looked like by the arm angle, it was like he was just going to launch it up in the air, and it ended up just going right into the kid's chest.
Yeah, he should have pulled a Happy Gilmore. Shouldn't have been standing there. Shouldn't have been sitting there. But, I would say at least another game so it's against an opponent that actually matters.
Here's my question, though. Where did he think that thing was going to go?
I know! What are you doing?
Normally, if a coach gets mad, you see him spike something, like spike the clipboard. Fires it thinking that, well, there ain't no one in this stupid arena watching this crap, so my odds of hitting someone are, 1 in a million. Well, he hit the lottery. I guess maybe he should have played some Powerball.
Mm-hmm.
2 old men with a penchant for robbing the cradle are now united in North Carolina. Bobby Petrino is signing on to be Bill Belichick's offensive coordinator. Can 2 divorced men share office space without driving each other crazy?
You talk about personalities, man, and alpha figures, like those types of things that are, important to NFL or college football locker rooms. Like, I don't know how these 2 guys are going to get along. Arkansas, the immediate thought was, well, he's going to be their interim head coach. Watch out. Sure enough, he was their interim head coach. Didn't get the full-time gig, and now he ends up at North Carolina. I've already seen the jokes being made today, John. Oh, there you go. Interim head coach for North Carolina. Bobby would venture to guess this will not work out as well as either of them hopes it does. As though maybe Bobby Petrino wants Bill Belichick to leave or get fired, and then he'll become interim head coach again. I guess it could work out for him in that way.
It's a genius move by Bill Belichick. I mean, look at the offense. I mean, Petrino turned Arkansas's offense around. That wasn't their problem last year.
Yeah, sure,
North
sure.
Carolina, one of the worst offenses in the FBS. Oh, this is gonna work tremendously. Another great move by Bill Belichick. Once again, frustrating the national college media with their agenda of
You're so
hatred
weird.
against anyone from the NFL coming in and spoiling their game.
You're so weird.
North Carolina. Remember, they were this close to a bowl game in year one.
They went 4-8.
This close. They just
4-8.
needed one more win, and they would have qualified because of the APR.
You sound like Scott
next year,
Frost
this is
fans.
going to be amazing. It's going to be great, and I hope there's pictures of them, sharing motorcycle rides together with their date.
You sound like Scott Frost fans back in the day.
NFL reporter Tyler Dune writes that the Steelers, after taking down Baltimore, Miami, and Detroit, look like a team that could absolutely win a playoff game or two. Do you agree?
I do agree, but not as much because the Steelers look better, and they do look better. I mean, I have to give them credit. They're running the ball very well. Aaron Rodgers is, stabilized it. He hasn't been terrible. He hasn't been Aaron Rodgers, but he hasn't been
What
terrible.
a great compliment.
But in the awful football conference, can they win a playoff game? Absolutely they can. Now, will they win a playoff game? I don't know. But they'll host a playoff game. So where are we sitting right now? They're probably going
Right now they would play the Chargers, a team that they lost to by 15 points earlier this season.
Yes, but it'll be in the cold confines of formerly known as Heinz Stadium. Again, I'm not saying they will win a playoff game, but can they? Absolutely. It is the awful football conference.
I'd be surprised. I mean, they're looking at playing the Chargers or the Bills or even the Texans. If the Texans are able to sneak up into the 5 seed spot, the Steelers are not going to get into the 3 seed, so they have to play one of those teams. No. The answer is no. Certainly not 2. I guess they could win one job that my guy Jim Harbaugh is doing with this group. But I just worry. I just worry about Herbert, man. And he was he got tackled yesterday and he started bleeding on his elbow. So that would be the one path win. But 2, making the AFC Championship game, absolutely not.
Speaking of the Steelers, DK Metcalf shoved the line. Suspension is coming, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, we mentioned this a couple minutes ago with the Ed Cooley stuff. I was surprised, because I had seen the tweets about it, John, before I actually saw the video of it. And so I was surprised that didn't warrant him getting tossed out. I mean, I guess if the referees don't see it happen, then they can't really throw you out. But yes, this will absolutely result in at least a 1-game suspension. I would be stunned if he didn't miss their Week 17 matchup coming up this weekend against the Browns. So I don't think he'll get suspended for both the Browns and the Ravens games, but I think he'll be out this week.
Apparently what triggered all of this, at least according to the Detroit Fan, was that he was using DK Metcalf's government name. He was calling him out by his full name. And that's what got him.
It's like Moose. Don't call me by my government name.
Not Moose.
Exactly. But now there are allegations coming from people such as Chad Johnson that the Detroit Fan actually used a slur, and that's what prompted DK Metcalf to go after him. So now it's a he said, she said, and that's going to be the defense apparently that Metcalf and his side will use. The fact, I mean, how would Chad Johnson know other than he would have talked to DJ Metcalf or someone close to him, right? That gave him the idea. So that's where it is now. But yeah, I would be surprised if there wasn't some kind of sanction here. But here's my other question. Why was the fan bent over anyway trying to engage him? I mean, he couldn't have been able to reach up there.
Maybe he said, I can't hear you. And so he started leaning down and started calling him by his government name a little bit closer to his ear. I don't know, John. Why do NFL?
Either way, it's foolish behavior on all parties.
What was up with the guy's hair? I don't understand NFL fans. People who go to NFL games are the dregs of society. They really are. And I love the NFL. But the people who go to games and are dressed like that, no thank you. Not the kind of person I want to spend Christmas with.
After losing Patrick Mahomes to a knee injury, Gardner Minshew was also lost to a knee injury on Sunday as Tennessee dominated the hapless Chiefs. When will things finally go right for the poor Kansas City fans?
I'm going to be very interested to see what the viewership is like for the Christmas game against the Denver Broncos, because the Chiefs are down bad. They lost to the Titans for all teams. We had to look up who the quarterback was who came in to replace Gardner Minshew. Listen, when it rains, it pours, and it is finally raining on Kansas City.
Couple things. So I made a promise on Friday I wasn't going to watch a snap of this game. I did not see a snap until highlights during halftime of Sunday Night Football. Good job by me. I didn't realize that Gardner Minshew got hurt until, again, later on in the day. Good job by me avoiding this game entirely. I will also say this, John. Patrick Mahomes, his value will only grow over the course of these final few games as we watch this team, which was built entirely around him, look like absolute garbage against teams like the Tennessee Titans. The Broncos are easily double-digit favorites on Christmas night. Found out we were doing Christmas planning yesterday on exactly what the day is going to look like. Sounds like we're doing dinner and then gifts with my immediate family at night, which is a rarity for us. We normally do them Christmas morning, and sometimes we have to do it at Thanksgiving, but everyone's in town. I beat you guys to the punch. Beat you to the punch. I do not imagine we will watch many minutes of that game on Christmas night, and I imagine that will be good for all of us.
Reports say Zach Taylor will return in 2026 to coach the Bengals. Should he even want to at this point?
Let's find out if his quarterback will be back on the field or back with the franchise in 2026, because if the answer to that question is no, then the answer to Nick's question is also no. But if Joe Burrow's back, I'd still want to be his head coach. Also, it doesn't surprise me. Their owner is so cheap. There's no way in hell he wants to fire him and have to pay him to not coach his team. So congratulations, Zach, on working for a very, 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 very not poor owner, but a guy who acts like he's poor owner in the NFL.
I don't know if he would want to come back. And let's say Joe Burrow does come back. What spirits is he going to be in? What attitude is he going to have? And the minute something goes sideways, which with this franchise happens with regularity, how quickly will it spiral downward? If I'm Zach Taylor, I was hoping for that lifeline. I was hoping for that buyout. I was hoping that, oh, please release me. Let me go. But now he might be stuck there. This might be the worst thing to happen to Zach Taylor.
Old Man Rivers and the Colts welcome in the 49ers team in the NFL. The 49ers are 5.5-point road favorites. What do you see happening?
Me not watching. That's what I see. Well, I have a game to call tonight, you doofus. Why do you think I'm in my jail cell?
Well, I just figured that you would really want to have this game on. You mentioned earlier having YouTube TV. I figured you'd have YouTube TV on for the
No,
so you can watch
not
it
when
during
I'm
commercial
calling
breaks.
a game.
No, for commercial breaks.
No,
so you can open it up during commercial breaks. I'm pumped for this game. I was talking about with Rich
pumped
last
for
night.
this game?
Yes, that's what she said. I couldn't believe it. Phil Rivers, this is such an interesting
Are you that desperate
story.
to watch good football that this is qualifying?
The 49ers Super Bowl contender. Colts have a 44-year-old quarterback.
You realize the 49ers might actually have to play a team with a pulse in the Super Bowl, in the playoffs. Something they haven't done since they got trounced by the Rams.
People forget they also beat the Rams earlier this year. They have
that was so long ago, it doesn't even matter. That was one special teams coach ago.
Interesting. They got the Colts, they got the Bears, they got the Seahawks again. We're going to learn a lot about the 49ers. All good things I expect over the course of the next few weeks. I'm pumped for this game. That said, give me the Niners. They're going to roll.
Finally, Nebraska wrestling set an attendance record yesterday afternoon. Why weren't you there?
Because I'm not a huge loser. That's why I wasn't there. I was sitting on my couch watching real sports, not those men in their singlets.
I was disappointed that our wrestling correspondent, Mike Stibbs, did not give us a blow-by-blow. Knowing that he was there, I'm sure he had
probably would have rather watched that than the Broncos game.
Yeah, that's probably true. But congrats, Nebraska wrestling, an attendance record for Oklahoma State. It's like an old Big 8 rivalry.
Like 2 people?
Big 8 wrestling is back, folks.
Did they win or did they lose?
Oklahoma State won.
Wow.
Yes, Mark Manning has been their coach for like 25 years.
Fire his ass, John. Get him out of Lincoln. It's time to move on. The program Nebraska wrestling fans, you're all huge losers, but you deserve better than losing to Oklahoma State.
Imagine breaking an attendance record and then losing.
Yeah, that's a tough look. Imagine celebrating the 400 sellout and then losing. That would never happen in Nebraska football, John.
We will be back and have what's for dinner and wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
Your next vehicle is waiting for you at Woodhouse Buick GMC.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, with the basketball game tonight, it'll be whatever is left here at the house. We had some, I guess, they were like Italian beef, like roll-ups, like burritos where they were grilled a little bit. Very interesting. Good. We have a couple of those left over, so it's probably that when I get home tonight after Creighton and Utah Tech.
That's a late dinner.
Well, I mean that's the best I can do. There's a lot going on, and dinner is not available as easily as it was in previous years. I have to go.
That's right, because you got to go upstairs. I still
Yeah.
think that you should ask Happer to bring it down for you.
Yeah, why not?
No, he's busy too. He does pregame stuff, you know.
What about John Walker? He joined us a little bit earlier. You could ask him to go give you something.
Surely you have a friend that will give you food.
Yeah, you have one
I'm
friend.
good.
Rob
I'm
Anderson.
good.
What about Rob Anderson?
Again, I'm good. I can handle it. I'm a big boy. I can do it. Kind of my new thing now.
John can use the adult toilet now. He's a big boy now. Don't know still. I don't know. I'll get home, find out what we're
Surprised you
having.
haven't planned out some big smorgasbord for this great game that you're anticipating tonight.
Maybe I'll eat some spicy nacho Doritos at halftime during it. I'm
yum.
looking forward to it.
Martyr Baton, not sure either.
Martyr Baton, Nick, you need to go home and get some rest.
I need to finish up best of stuff. So our great
Best of
friends
stuff.
of the program have best ofs when we're gone.
That's an awesome reminder. We've had multiple people reach out. Hey, will the best ofs, will all the crossovers be podcast? Will there be stuff on the 1620 The Zone YouTube channel? The answer to those questions, yes.
Yes.
Nick is doing great yeoman's work. Every day there will be, a 4-hour show, Nick, available on you? Or I guess it'll be without
It's like
ads.
around
It'll be
3
free.
hours. Yeah.
Yeah. God, that is incredible. And it'll start at 2 every day?
Yeah.
Nick, you are the finest producer in this whole building. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Well, I guess we'll find out. Nick sounds like
I guess that's true, unless you screw it up like a couple years
No,
ago.
no,
when I was
not
driving
screw
to
it
the
up. I'm
video
just
game
worried he
store
might
and nothing
keel
worked.
over. I'm just worried he might keel over.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nick, don't, have some soup tonight, Nick.
I figured out the nothing working issue, so things should work.
That was tough. I was driving a couple years ago to get something for our Nintendo Switch, and suddenly it sounded like aliens were
It was
trying to
just a
speak
bunch of
to us
beeps and boops.
through the radio. And I called our boss and I said, "What is happening?" And he said, "I don't know. Let's figure it out." And then eventually, Nick, we did figure it out.
We did. And now it won't happen again.
And now it will never happen again. No issues ever again on the radio, promises Nick Grim.
At least for our show, for our best.
Well,
At least for our show.
I can
Tomorrow
promise that.
you can join us for what will be the final original show of the year. We'll revisit the list and see how badly we did.
Nice.
Maybe we'll put some things on next year's list.
Yep.
Sip is scheduled to join us. Bruns is scheduled to join us.
And that's
we'll
it.
recap tonight's Creighton game.
We will. They won.
You never know. These bye games can be tricky.
Yeah, and Nebraska retweets that.
Yes, they do. So have a good one. We'll talk to you in a few. Austin Jacobson waiting in the bullpen.
Bye.
Bye.